Thanks so much, Fu. Hello, everybody. My name is Claire. I am a Zelda Ocarina of Time speedrunner. And today we are going to do a 100% no SRM speedrun. We'll get into what that means in a second, but for now, I just want to introduce myself and my commentator, Katie.
Hello, I'm Katie.
Very well put. Okay, so I understand there is a donation incentive for the file name. Do we have that ready?
Yes, let me get that for you. Just want to refresh to make sure that it's current. It looks like the winner is test.txt.
Test.txt. I would love it if somebody in chat could explain what that means. Oh,
Yep,
test.txt,
Test, yeah,
right?
test dot
txt.
There you go. txt. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm ready. I almost just went to start the timer myself. I'm too used to doing that. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so this run is 100% no SRM. Now, what is the rules of a 100% no SRM speedrun? Well, I'll start with what the definition of what 100% means in Ocarina of Time. Basically, what that means is, 1, you need to obtain everything on the item subscreen, so basically get all the items. 2, get everything on the quest status subscreen, so that means all the medallions, stones, songs, every skulltula, etc. Obtain everything on the equipment subscreen, so all the swords, boots, shields, and tunics, as well as every max equipment upgrade, so the bomb bag 40, the quiver 50, gold scale. 2 noteworthy things that are not in the actual menu, but you do have to get, are the max Deku Stick and Deku Nut capacity. If you didn't know, you can get upgrades for those as well. And clear all the gold skulltulas from the overworld, and that will be indicated on the map subscreen with gold skulltula icons when you do that. The second big rule is that everything in this category must be obtained from its intended source. So it means you have to get bombs from the bomb chest. You have to get the sword from the sword chest. You have to get a shield from either a shop or a chest. However, that doesn't mean that you can't just get the items from from an unintended source before that. All it means is you have to eventually get the final item from its intended source. Now, you might think it might be a little obtuse and like out of the way to get an item from its unintended source first, and then get it from its intended source later. But in some instances, that is still faster to do that. And the final thing, the no SRM. So what is SRM? SRM is maybe the biggest glitch ever discovered in OOT. It basically allows you to do whatever you want in the game by changing addresses in RAM manually. SRM allows for very unique and interesting ways to play the game, but in order to keep the spirit of the way speedruns were before SRM was discovered, which was about 2 years ago, there is now a no SRM category. That does not mean, however, that there won't be huge glitches in this run. There are definitely going to be gigantic glitches in this run and huge sequence breaks, just not the most broken glitch in the game. Okay, so why is the game in Japanese? Most people probably at this point may know why a game would be played in Japanese for a speedrun. But for those who don't know, this game is basically the same between the US English and Japanese releases. The only difference is the text, like the actual text in the text boxes. Text in this game usually displays at 1 character per frame. And since Japanese has less characters it needs to display than English, Japanese ends up being way faster for every single category in this game, since there's basically no benefit to running on English in general. That being said, now the first thing we need to do is get the sword and shield as fast as possible. To do that, I'm just going to be doing a very set route to get the sword and then get 40 rupees to buy the shield. And then once we get those, we're going to be leaving the forest. We're not going to go fight the stuff in the Deku Tree. We're not going to clear out the Deku Tree. We're not going to get the Kokiri Emerald. We're just going to go straight to the rest of the game. We will have to beat the Deku Tree eventually, but it's going to be faster to do when we have more items later. That's going to be kind of a key theme of this run is there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be faster to do later that we're going to skip over for the time being. So you can just see I got the sword. And while I'm going, you can see I'm also collecting rupees. You need 40 rupees to buy the shield. And then once I do those two things, I will be leaving the forest. If you have a quick donation, now would probably be a good time to do so.
Sounds good. We have a $25 donation from Merlin's Whiskers. It says, Claire, I'm so excited to see you on the big screen again. You're so cool. And I can't wait to see your moves. Good luck on the run.
Thank you, Merlin. Here is just a little small trick to save a little bit of time. If I can get it. You can basically jump slash to this bridge from under it instead of going all the way around to get that rupee. And then you can just jump on the stones for 5 rupees. And then I jump slash here because that text will pull up no matter what. And jump slashing there just allows me to get closer to the doors. Now I'm going to buy the shield. And then once we've done that, we can leave the forest. And Katie, if you want to explain the various methods of leaving the forest, now is a good time.
Yeah, so the first attempt Claire is going to make is this trick called a Wes, which stands for a water extended super slide. Basically just preserves her speed that she enters the water with throughout the duration of the trick. However, instead it looks like we're going to be going for a different method called the Pokey Escape. We're just going to crouch tab this wall and it's going to clip us through the guard that guards this door. And we'll be able to roll past him out of the forest toward the rest of the game.
All right, sick. We got it. First try. As you can see, this guy's block radius is actually a circle. It's not just in front of the log. So you have to roll under him as he's like going up on the side of the log. Okay, so now we're getting the ocarina. The fairy ocarina is not necessarily required. All you need is the final ocarina, which is the Ocarina of Time. But getting the ocarina early is obviously very convenient. If you can believe it, I'm going to have to play some songs in this run. And while you don't necessarily need an ocarina to play songs, it is pretty nice to have one. And also, it's going to be useful for a sequence break coming up. So now that we have left the forest, what are we going to do? Since we didn't beat the Deku Tree, where are we supposed to go? Well, the first place we're going to go is Kakariko Village. There are a few things we need in Kakariko Village. We need a bottle and bomb chews. Now, you may know that there are not bomb chews like for purchase or anywhere in the normal part of Kakariko Village, but there are bomb chews in Bottom of the Well. The Bottom of the Well is like a really late game dungeon, and the bomb chews are also under a bombable floor, so you need bombs to get them. However, as you'll soon find out, basically there are no rules in this game. You can do anything you want in any order you want, and there is definitely a way to get bomb chews. So now we have to talk to our friend the owl. Hopefully I don't accidentally talk to him more than once. Everybody knows how annoying this guy can be. Got it first try. Let's go. Okay, so now we're going to go to Kakariko Village, and we're going to just backwalk there. Backwalking is the fastest normal movements method in the game that is non-glitched. Technically, for child, frame-perfect side hops are faster, but since I am not a machine, I can't do frame-perfect side hops consistently and with good angles, so backwalking is pretty convenient.
Another thing Claire's done here, she has set a backwalk angle so she can get this jump slash recoil and do another Wes.
Uh-oh, I dropped it.
Intending to skip this owl she's about to talk to, but things happen.
Luckily, it doesn't really matter that much. We have to wait for nighttime eventually anyways, so talking to the owl once is not a big deal. It just wastes a little bit of time of, him actually talking to you. But now we're in Kakariko, we're gonna get a bottle. We need a bottle before we go adult. And this place is, well, first of all, it's just the fastest place to get a bottle, period. But also, I need to wait on Navi while I'm in Kakariko anyways. So even though this is the fastest way to get a bottle, it's actually even faster because of the fact I need to wait on Navi. If you want to read a donation or two, you can definitely do that.
Absolutely. I would love to do that. We have a $25, speaking of love, from Eli, who says, "Hi, Claire. Love you."
Hi, Eli. Love you too.
Also, just a reminder, we do have a bonus incentive run at the end of this run. I want you all to keep your eyes and ears and donations out for that. That is a Ocarina of Time any percent run. If you haven't seen where any percent has gone in the last few years, this is definitely something you need to check out. So we are currently at $2,660, so $2,660 out of 4,000. Please get your donations in for that. Just, as a nice reminder.
Yeah, definitely. So this category bans SRM, as I said. 100 or any percent does not ban SRM. It's just beating the game as fast as possible, no restrictions. So if you want to see what SRM can do, that is definitely something you need to donate for. It's going to be a lot shorter than I think you think it's going to be. You can read one more donation. I'm just collecting chickens.
We have a $25 donation from MK who says, "Always amped for these Fatale events. I'm really looking forward to the Final Fantasy XIV randomizer coming up. And of course, raising money from a Malala fund, less than 3.
Okay, so we collecting our last chickens here. Navi wants to talk to us, which is good. We want her to do that. As you could see, I was like doing some very specific movement to manipulate the chickens to be in very specific places where they'll basically all run to the pen when I want them to. Now I got a bottle. The bottle is basically one of the most broken items in the entire game for a number of reasons, but we'll wait to tell you what those reasons are. But definitely understand that having a bottle in general is definitely something that is very useful in a speed run. So now we're in bottom of the well. Katie, do you want to explain everything that just happened right there?
Yeah, so to get into the bottom of the well, usually there's water filling up that well that prevents you from getting down to the bottom until much later in the game once you've gone adult, collected a couple items. However, certain things unload during cutscenes, so specifically like talking to Navi is considered a cutscene. You're going to see the same thing here when she pulls the ocarina is considered a cutscene. Certain things will unload during cutscenes, whether it be like loading triggers or the water in the well. So talking to Navi essentially just lets you fall through the water uninterrupted and get to the bottom of the well to get in early. And now we're going to wait for our boy to come back around again. And then when Claire will pull the ocarina here and do some certain inputs that will allow her to fall from her hover that she's doing. She has a glitch currently called Infinite Sword Glitch. Essentially just makes it to where your sword is swinging constantly every frame. This does a couple things. Like I said, one is having the active hitbox. The other is that it stops you from being able to fall off ledges. So Claire does the inputs to get it's called an ocarina dive, fall through the ground, pass the loading trigger into this unloaded room where she can move over to this water. It's going to let her swim up to the room that has the chest that has the bomb shoes she mentioned earlier.
You can get there's like an invisible wall there, or it's like a bunch of invisible walls, and you can get stuck there. Sometimes I did right then, but you can just wiggle out. It's not a big deal.
Now we're going to do, she's going to clip through this wall with his bomb shoe. Link has a certain frame of his animation, or I think it's 2 frames, where he kind of clips into the wall while he's grabbing vines. So you can use the recoil from an explosion of bomb shoes to clip through the wall in that instance. And we're going to use this to just kind of out of sequence do some parts of bottom of the well before we come back here later in the game to get some other items that we need from the area. So we're going to collect a couple things. We're going to go first to the Lens of Truth room and collect that item. And then after that, we're going to get the Hylian shield and a Skulltula and make our way toward Adult. You see swimming up through the water into this room. Trying to avoid this Skulltula here.
That guy, you have to be right up against the wall or else he's gonna hit you.
His hitbox is really
I hope
big.
he drops hearts too. He did not. Okay, whatever. Yeah, so one thing else I'm gonna add on to that is water is an actor that extends infinitely downwards. So that's why I was able to just... sorry, I have to count frames there. That is something that... I have to do it again.
Yeah, so Claire's looking for a certain part of his walking animation that will let her know that he's vulnerable to damage again. So the idea is to jump slash into him and deal damage to him before he slides back into the ground. That way you can beat the dead hand enemy in one active cycle rather than waiting for the 2 or 3.
Yeah, so basically what I was going to say is water extends infinitely downwards. That's why I was able to go back up through the ceiling, even though it was way below the water. The water in that area is just like a puddle, but since it goes infinitely downwards, I can still swim in it. There is like a fast way to beat dead hands. I kind of failed it. It's not that big of a deal. It only saves like a few seconds. But now I just need to get hearts because I'm very low on hearts. And I'm going to have to do another damage boost through the vines again. And bombs do half a heart of damage. So I need at least 1 heart. And of course, since I need a heart, he's not going to drop one. Come on.
Still no? Oh no.
This is not an uncommon drop, by the way. It's just my luck. I just have very bad luck when it comes to these things. Marathon luck in general is never very kind to me. Okay, this is the try. Trust me, chat room. This is the try. Yep, told you. See?
Psychic.
I know exactly. Should I save here? No. Ooh. Okay. Gonna do this again.
All right, so here we're doing a setup to, like we said, clip through the wall one more time. We're gonna swim to another part of bottom of the well, where we're gonna get a couple more items before we head out of here onto further parts of the game. So we're gonna swim up, stay out of bounds, and we're gonna clip back into this room, try and avoid the like.
First try. Okay, and then this is the first Skulltula of the run that I'm going to get. I can't reach it by normal means, but if I just wait for this guy to come over here, you can see that I actually got the Skulltula, and then I'm going to save and reset before he actually eats my shield. And there you go. And you notice I got the Hylian shield in bottom of the well. Normally you would like buy one in Castle Town, but any normal place that you can get a shield counts as a source that you can get the shield from. So that counts as me being able to get the Hylian shield. And now I'm just going to swim back up through the water. So this water is still here. Even though it wasn't active and it allowed me to go through it because I was talking to Navi, the water is still there, but it doesn't go all the way to the door. And that's why I'm just able to swim right back up through it. And now I'm just going to run to the castle. I want to make it to the castle before night. If I don't make it to the castle before night, I'm going to have to wait for a whole day-night cycle. It's going to be a lot of waiting. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but it shouldn't.
So again, doing another setup here. We're going to skip. The owl is back in that tree again, so we skipped him. Don't have to talk to him and waste some more time. And make our way over to the castle.
And pulling the bottle, which is very important. You need to pull the bottle.
So one thing we're doing here is that the bridge will actually, if you see here, doesn't update its position. The bridge is a drawbridge, it retracts at nighttime. But since we weren't looking at the bridge, it never had a chance to load and update its position. So we can get on the chain, turn around, load the bridge real quick, and it'll pop up, get us up there. We get some hidden rupees off the top, because we're going to be using those later to make a purchase for a item upgrade.
All right, 70 rupees is exactly what I need. And now I'm just going to go to the castle courtyard. So I'm going to do kind of like some weird movement here if she will ever stop talking to me. This actually doesn't waste time because I'm going to have to do those text boxes anyways eventually. So even though it kind of seems like I accidentally talked to her, and I did accidentally talk to her, it doesn't really matter that much. So the first time you enter the castle grounds, Malin actually doesn't go into the area, so I have to leave the area and then come back. And now Malin's in the area. And then I have to talk to our boy the owl yet again. This is mandatory because there's a Skulltula in the tree that he's on. And Katie, if you want to explain what's about to happen.
What's about to happen? All right, yeah. So we did talk earlier about several ways that we can use glitches to modify our inventory. The first of which is coming up here. So what's going to happen is Claire is going to drop a bomb chew, pull out a bottle, and then try and pull out a sword on a certain frame of the explosion, so where it hits her shield immediately after, canceling the sword pull animation. So after that, bottle is still in hand. You can swing the bottle with your your shield drawn. And since the game still thinks the last button you pressed is your shield button, it's going to update the bottle and put it over your sword button instead of the normal item button that you would regularly put it on. So this does a few things. It's kind of complicated, but main idea is that the bottle on your B button is going to interact with the item on your C right button and update your inventory based on how those two interact. So in that instance, Claire caught bugs into a bottle on her B button with an empty bottle on her C right button, which gives her a second bottle in one of her item slots. Now we're just going to do some movement. We're going to skip some of these guards here in the courtyard and make our way over to the entrance to the castle so we can go talk to Zelda.
That right there was called a seam walk. Basically, it's just faster to go this way than go all the way around the normal way. You don't have to do it, and you can definitely go the normal way. That's fine. This is just a little faster. And here, I have to wake up Talon. You need to wake up Talon for the stuff in Lon Lon Ranch later. So I have to wake him up. And now I'm going to do a trick called a damage boost, which is pretty self-explanatory, I think. I think this is one of the tricks that you can just like look at it and kind of understand what's happening. Pull a shoe, jump, shield, and then I'm going to jump slash, and then it's going to boost me up onto this ledge. And now, if you want to explain the guards, Katie.
Yeah, so now we have to make our way through this courtyard, past the guards to Zelda. So the purpose of these guards is you have to sneak by them because if they see you, they will kick you back out and you'll have to start the sequence over. One quirk of the way they are coded is that they are unable to see you while you are airborne, and you are considered airborne during your side hops. So if you side hop past them perfectly, they will not be able to catch you. Unfortunately, they did catch Claire there in that instance.
That was some nonsense.
Yeah.
As you can see, they can catch you from a screen that they're not even on. It's the guards are whack, man. They're whack.
If you do pass through the guards' field of vision while you are in your side hop, every side hop until you leave that screen has to be frame perfect. Otherwise, they can catch you even if they're not still looking at you.
Man, the guards are something else. Sometimes they'll just completely ruin your day. Sometimes you just don't even have to worry about them. I don't know. Anybody who speedruns this game hates the castle guards. See, right there, I was actually side hopping frame perfectly, but since I messed up, excuse me, they caught me anyways. Oh boy. Okay, whatever. We don't need that shoe. Don't need it. These guys are crazy, man.
No.
Of course. These guys need to be paid more than they're being paid, that's for sure.
They just think that you're going too fast for the marathon, so they're trying to slow you down.
Yeah, they're trying to slow me down.
We lovingly call them the speed police.
I love that. Hello.
Which is funny because I have never gotten caught this many times by guards in like a really long time. But I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? This is completely normal for marathons. Okay, I'm just gonna play it safe here. That guy can't see you if you're up against the wall, so we're good, finally. That was crazy. How many times did I get caught? Like 5, I think. That was insane. Okay, so anyways, now we're at Zelda. Zelda's gonna tell us a really long story that I don't even remember what she says. It's been so long. I don't speak Japanese, if you can believe it, so I don't know what she says. But this is a perfect time for donations if you would like to just go wild.
Sure thing. Also, I can do a quick summary if you want. I play this game enough casually.
Yeah, go for it.
Basically, Zelda has a dream that she sees. It's like she sees kind of metaphorical figures in the dream, and one seems very evil, and she's like, I just know in my heart that it's this guy who's at this point in time supposedly a faithful follower of her father, the king. And then she just knows that he's bad and he wants power. And so then she wants to provide Link with something that she tells him she'll give him later. She's like, hey, my girl Impa's gonna escort you out. But cool, I'm glad we met because you were also in my dream and we were supposed to meet. So there you go. And you also learn the whole, like, more of the goddesses stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we skipped the first part of this story. So.
Right, yes. This is a lovely story. But also, we have donations, so we can do that too. We've got a $25 donation from Laura Lana, who says, let's get all the Ocarina of Time and meet that incentive. And I'm just going to do a quick check and see how that's going. You're almost at $2,700 out of $4,000. So we are slowly creeping up there. Let's definitely see that any percent. It's so wild. We need to see it. We also have a $20 donation from Shaylee, who says, I Alt F4 out of my Fortnite game so I could watch Claire own this Zelda run.
Those guys playing Fortnite, I swear. Yeah. I saw they put, what's his name, Goku in the game recently.
Yes. I was just hearing about that, actually.
Blessed timeline.
Okay, anyways.
Oh,
yeah, go for it. You have one more. You have
later.
time for one more.
Okay, let's go for it. We have $200 from Fenny Pants. Thank you so much. Who says, y'all are an inspiration. Thank you for all you do.
Okay, so coming up is going to be the first cutscene skip of the run. We have to watch this cutscene because there's no way around it. However, the second cutscene, the one where the cutscene where Impa is teaching you Zelda Lullaby, you can actually skip. So you may notice that I only have half a heart left. That is not unintentional. I am specifically at half a heart because I'm about to die. Dying in this game right as you go into a cutscene will allow you to skip the cutscene. Usually cutscenes give you their item on the first frame. I was not counting because I was explaining. So let me just count real quick. Counting is really hard.
Here, I can take over. So Claire is doing a setup so that she can space herself perfectly to take this damage as soon as the cutscene starts. The cutscene has started, which means she's already gotten the item, which is Zelda's Lullaby, and she died. So that's going to take priority over playing the cutscene. Let us save and just skip the cutscene entirely. So we can go talk to Impa again. Cutscene's already played, so she's just going to say some text and take us to where she usually does at the end, which is right outside Hyrule Castle.
Yeah, so that is like the normal behavior if you go back to see Zelda again and then talk to Impa again. It counts the cutscene as cleared, so it just puts you out there with no extra cutscene. And yeah, most cutscenes that give you an item will give you the item on the first frame of the cutscene. So anytime that you can skip a cutscene, usually it is good to do that. However, it's not always good to do that. One example that will be relevant way later is Saria's song. Saria's song does not give you the song until you learn it. But usually that is the case. Anyways, Katie, you want to explain this whole thing?
Dot skip. Yeah. So normally in a casual playthrough of the game, once you've completed the 3 child dungeons, you are able to open this door of time. However, that's a little bit slow because you can do things much faster as adults, so we're going to try and do that instead. So what we can do is a precise set of motions that will allow us to clip out of bounds past the door, and then we can jump slash back inbounds, and then just side hop past the door and get to the Master Sword early.
Yes, and one thing to note is when I pull the Master Sword, that door as adult is still closed. It is, for some reason, one of the things that is consistent between adult and child. If you have the door open, it'll be open. If the door is closed, it's closed. Usually in this game, as you have seen, walls tend to only have one side of collision, and that is true of the Door of Time as well. However, the Door of Time is actually made up of 4 different walls, so there is actually a wall that's facing the side that the Master Sword is on, which means I'm not going to be able to just run right back through the door. Technically, I am quote-unquote locked in the Master Sword pedestal room by the Door of Time if I don't open it. However, there is a way around it, and it's more simple than you might think, but I'll give it a minute. I'll give it a minute for you guys to ponder how I might get past it. There's a lot of ways you could possibly get past it. Anyways, it's time for more donations if you've got them.
I do. I sure do. Let's start with, just want to say thank you for a quick anonymous donations. We have a $10 anonymous donation with no comment, a $5 anonymous donation with no comment, a $20 anonymous donation with no comment, a $50 anonymous donation with a less than 3 right back at you. And then we have a $25 donation from Sailor Says, who says, already loving this Ocarina of Time run and so hype for an action-packed week of Fatale. Best of luck to all the runners and keep crushing this run, Claire. Here's a $5 donation for every time the castle guards earned their paychecks.
You're paying their overtime checks yourself. Thank you.
It's wonderful. We also have a $150 donation from Sonia Jane Rar, who says, I love this, to quote the famous Beyonce and even more famous Malala, who run the world, girls.
That's
Shout
right.
out to all the boss women changing the world for the better every day.
That's on God, right there.
Do another check. Oh, we are now at $2,725 out of that $4,000 for the any percent of Ocarina of Time.
Nice. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to want to see the any percent run. It's very different from this, is all I can say. But the any percent run is very cool, and I think that you will enjoy it. If for nothing else, it's like something that if you've never seen it before, you're just going to be shocked that it exists.
Agreed.
Anyways, now we're back in the Temple of Time as adults. Test.txt, our hero, is going to do a little bit more talking to an unknown person, somebody we've yet to meet in the story, even though we haven't really met that many people in the story. Sheik, who's going to tell us all the things we have to do as adult. We care a lot about what he's saying, for sure. I'm reading it, and I hope you are too. Yeah, so now that we're adults, we're going to be able to do things a lot quicker than we could as child. Generally, the idea of this run is we're going to want to do as few things as in Child 1 as possible. As you saw, we only got bomb shoes and bottle and a shield, and that was pretty much it. That was effectively all we did, and we talked to Zelda. Now that we're adult, we're gonna kind of do the same thing as adults. We're gonna get a lot of stuff that is really fast to get as adult, and then we're gonna go back to child, and then the second time we do that is when we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff. So for those of you who are wondering how we get past the door, you literally can just save and reset, and when you save and reset as adult, it puts you in Temple of Time on the Prelude pedestal, so that is how you pass the Door of Time as adult. You just save and reset and go to the other side. So now we're going to be making our way to Kakariko. Kakariko has a couple items that are really useful for us, namely the hook shot, which is actually the first thing we're supposed to do as adult casually. So this is kind of a casual playthrough right now for the next 3 or 4 minutes anyways. And then after that, we're going to be going to a dungeon, our first actual dungeon of the run. but we're not going to finish the dungeon. We're only going to the dungeon for one thing. And you won't believe what it is. Anyways, since I wasted a lot of chews earlier, I just have to backwalk to these places. It's not a huge time loss or anything, but usually I would do what's called a hyperextended super slide here, which is just the same thing as the West from earlier in the run, except for it's a little faster and you can do it with a damage source instead of water. But the principle is basically the same. ESS position in general preserves your speed from whatever action you were doing before you were in ESS position. So usually when you're in ESS position, you are not moving, so you just turn in place. But if you're moving and you're in ESS position, you will retain whatever speed you had before you were in ESS position. So now we're gonna go do the Dampe race. The Dampe race doesn't really have any like huge sequence breaks or anything. It's kind of one of the most neat parts from a speedrunner's perspective because it kind of shows like how good you are at just actual movement in the game. An optimal time for this is a 46-second run. My best is a 46. Usually I get a 47 though. There's a little trick right there where we can get that Poe as we're diving. That Poe is necessary. We need that Poe for later. You may be wondering why a Poe would be necessary at all. It seems like kind of a useless thing to have, but trust me, Poes are incredibly useful for this run. So now I'm just going to be doing this race. He throws fire randomly, and if fire hits you, there's kind of nothing you can really do about it. But I'm going to try my best to get a 46, although I really doubt it's going to happen. He hits you with a flame more often than not. There's a little trick you can do here to pop up on the ledge with a jump slash. And then, I don't know. I think it's going to be a 47. Well, it's definitely going to be a 47 now. Like, you have to have such good movement to get a 46. It's crazy. And literally, I messed up one roll at the end, so it gave me a 47. But that would have been a 46. That would have been really crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely 46 pace.
46 is insanely good. That's like really good, what really good runners will get on those races if they don't get hit by fire. But now we're gonna get the hook shot, and you may know that the next room actually has a Song of Time block, which blocks the way to the windmill. I don't have Song of Time, and I also wanna stay in the graveyard, so I'm gonna do a little movement setup here to get back across the door, which voids me back to the front of Dampe's grave, and now I can go back to the graveyard. And now we're going to be going to Shadow Temple. Katie, if you want to explain the tricks to get to Shadow Temple, that would be great.
Right, so normally in the game, you would require the Warp Song to access the Shadow Temple. However, we can use a couple glitches to get there early. So what is going to happen, this is called a hookshot jump. Basically what happens is you find a way to interrupt the starting frames of grabbing something with a hookshot, and it gives you a huge burst of speed upward, and then the cancel animation stops that speed from being reset. Gives you the huge jump. We can get up on this ledge, get ISG again, so like I mentioned earlier, we can no longer fall off ledges, so this will keep us safe. Let us walk all the way over here, and we're going to side hop off this ledge down these stairs and jump over the loading zone to load the door to the Shadow Temple, so it will remain unloaded, and we can just hop right on in.
Right, and usually that door would block us from getting in the Shadow Temple, but since I went around the load plane, I didn't have to worry about the door. Technically, you can still get in the Shadow Temple, even if the door is there, but it's faster, obviously, to not have to skip the door in that way. So now we're just gonna make our way to Hover Boots. Hover Boots are one of the most useful items in the game. Literally, that's like a common theme of the beginning of this run, is getting all the most useful items, and then from there, doing the rest of the run. Hover Boots are going to be really useful for us.
So this is the same enemy from earlier, named the Dead Hand. Doing the same thing, you see we're looking for a certain frame of his walking animation. Lets us know we can jump slash and hit him before he sinks back into the ground.
Right. I failed it as child. I'm glad we got it as adult. It's just a nice little time save for sure. Okay, so now that I'm getting the Hover Boots, that's all we need in Shadow Temple. A common theme of the beginning of this run is I'm going to be going into dungeons, getting something from them and then leaving. There's so much, we'll come back to this later in the beginning of this run, but there's a reason for it, and that's because once you have a set amount of items, doing these dungeons becomes very fast. And right now we're just a little underprepared for it. But having the hover boots this early in the game is really nice. It breaks pretty much every dungeon, even the ones after you get the hover boots. And in general, you can do a lot of really cool movement stuff. Katie, if you want to explain this part.
Yeah, so Claire's doing a setup. We're going to do the same trick we did earlier called RBA, stands for Reverse Bottle Adventure. Essentially just puts the bottle with an item on your B button, and it'll interact with whatever is on your C right button and modify your inventory. So unfortunately, Claire did fail the quick draw, so we're going to have to try it again. But we're going to do a couple things. The first of which is we're going to use that Poe we caught earlier. We utilize that by the way the item on your B button will interact with the Poe is that it will look at your bomb chew ammo count and modify it. So bugs have an item value of 29. So it will set our bomb chew value or our ammo value to 29. So if you look quickly on the item screen later when she pauses to equip some more items, you'll see 29 bomb chews in her inventory. And then after that, we'll continue to do some more RBA shenanigans and continue modifying parts of the inventory. So catch bugs with Poe on C right. Pause, you see 29 shoes. We're going to equip the egg, and that is going to modify... Where is it? So the egg is going to modify the max stick and decunut capacity, as well as the ammo capacity for your slingshot. So, like we mentioned earlier, we do have to get the maximum upgrade value for all items that have upgrade paths, but it's important to note that we only require the maximum value from source. So you can get the middle values any way you want. In this scenario, we used RBA to get those values. Now, Claire is passing a loading trigger multiple times to repeatedly load the next area, which will eventually fill up the available memory and start causing things to not be able to load. Namely, you'll see here the grave that is supposed to cover this hole we're about to jump into has been unloaded.
Right.
So we can get there early, skipping the cutscene. We do have the item we need to get in there normally. This is just faster.
Yeah, so normally you would just play Zelda's Lullaby, which we do have to get into there, but it is actually still faster to just walk back and forward through that load plane 17 times. Yeah, so just to reiterate what Katie already said, RBA with Poe on C right, this is why the Poe is really useful. Poe modifies our bomb chew count. Being able to basically have infinite bomb chews is really nice. And 29 is a really high number, so we don't have to do it very often. And then for the max upgrades, you are allowed to get any item you want in the game as long as you can get it later from source. So since I gave myself the max Deku Stick upgrade, I still have to get the max Deku Stick upgrade from its intended source. But since it's useful for me to have a max Deku Stick upgrade now, it's really nice to have it. And then here I got the Sun Song. Sun Song is really useful in this category because we're gonna have to be changing between day and night a lot. And also, I mean, I have to get it anyways, so it's good to get it early rather than later. And then here, if you side hop past these redeads, they won't attack you. I don't really know why. They just don't. And from here, if you know this game casually, you know we have to do the Dampe race twice. We put off the second Dampe race until now because now we want to actually go to the windmill. But you may remember that we still don't have a Song of Time. That did not change in the past, like, 5 minutes. We still don't have Song of Time to get past the Song of Time block. But trust me, there's a way to get past it. Like I said earlier, there's basically a way to get past everything in this game in any way you could possibly think of. If you can dream of it, there's a way to do it in Ocarina of Time. That's why I think it's such a great speedrun. There's just so many different ways you can play it that it's just endless amounts of fun. Oh, well, there you go. Sometimes he just throws a flame right in your path. There's nothing you can do about it. Not a big deal. Every flame wastes 2 seconds. All I have to do is get there faster than a minute. If you saw my time from earlier, you will understand that this is pretty much trivial for a speedrunner to get here faster than a minute. That doesn't mean it never happens. That doesn't mean that you never fail the Dampe race, because it is possible. But it's pretty hard. So there you go, got a 50. We're gonna get the heart piece. And then now we're gonna go to the windmill. And the way I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna equip bomb shoes here. I'm gonna pull a bomb shoe, and then I'm gonna get a precise angle, and I'm getting the corner. And then when the bomb shoe blows up, it's just gonna push me through the block. And so now I can just go to the windmill as normal. From here, I'm just gonna get this heart piece, since it's right here. And then I'm gonna get the Song of Storms. Another song that is just really convenient to get right now, since we're going this way anyways. If you wanna read one quick donation, go for it.
Can do. We have $25 from Camber, who says, Claire and Katie, you are fantastic.
Love you, Camber.
We also have super quick
Thank you,
$25
Camber.
donation from Chase, who says, hello, GDQ. Hello.
And hello to you too, Chase. I don't know you, but I might love you eventually. Okay, cool. We got Song of Storms. Now we're gonna leave the windmill, and we're going to play Sun Song to make it day. We need to hatch the egg that we got earlier. Since we need to do the trade quest to get Big Goron's sword anyways, we're gonna go ahead and try and get as far in that as we can. We're gonna get all the way up to Kajiro. And also, the trade quest has the added bonus of having a lot of really useful RBA applications. So there I just dropped on chicken, and you could actually see the change if you were looking. That gave me adult wallet, and it gave me an extra 0 in my rupee slot. It also gave me gold scale. And then I caught with hookshot on C-Right, which puts a bottle with bugs in my ice arrow slot. Even though there is a bottle in the ice arrow slot, I can still get the ice arrows later. It's just really useful to have as many bottles as possible in this run. There's a lot of things we need in bottles. You may have also noticed that I got a fairy earlier. It's really nice to have an extra fairy. I mean, there's no other way around that. We don't want to die, right? We already died once. We don't want to make it a habit. And we will be using that fairy for its intended purpose, mark my words. We will use it to revive me.
All right, so now we're gonna make our way over to the Death Mountain Trail. We're gonna make our way into Dodongo's Cavern, collect a couple more items, basically still just in the item collection phase of the speedrun. Trying to collect all the useful items up front so we can very quickly move on to the rest of the game later.
I would like to get one Hess. That would be nice.
I believe in you.
Hessing is kind of it's kind of a tricky movement option, but it is incredibly useful in this speedrun. There we go, I got one. So you can see just how fast it moves. It's really useful to use that and everywhere possible. And you also may know that I don't have a sword right now since I have bottle on B, so I used a chew to kill that Tektite. Luckily, I have basically infinite chews, so I can just use as many as I want for whatever purpose I see fit. And of course, I hit every single rock on the way, because why wouldn't I? Anyways, now we're in Dodongo's Cavern. This is usually a child dungeon, but it is completely normally accessible by adult. There's nothing stopping adult from coming in here. And from here, I'm just gonna go straight to the bombs. But you may know that the bombs are way up at the top of Dodongo's Cavern. So we're gonna do a bit of a setup. And Katie, if you wanna explain this part.
Yeah. So here we're just doing the same trick as earlier, the hookshot jump, where we interrupt the beginning of the hookshot grab animation with some other sort of animation. In this case, it's going to be a death, which is why we grabbed that fairy earlier. So when we hop up onto this bridge up here, the fairy will revive us and we can just continue on our way.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, most surfaces in the game only have one side of collision. That allows me to go up through the bottom of the bridge, which does not have collision, and then land on the top, which does have collision. And now we can just get bombs incredibly early. You may, or I guess I can explain this first. I'm about to do more RBA. I'm gonna drop with lens on C-Right. That's gonna give me a empty bottle in the Megaton Hammer slot of my inventory, and then I'm gonna catch on Kojiro. Kajiro gives you, if you catch with bugs, gives you a bomb bag which can hold 40 bombs, the biggest bomb bag, and then a quiver that can hold 20 bombs. Or 20 arrows, not 20 bombs. There's a couple things that are interesting about that. One, I did have Kajiro before I came here. I had to wait until after I got bombs to RBA Kajiro, because if I didn't wait, then I would have put a bomb bag in my bomb choose slot. Doing that actually locks me out of being able to have choose in my inventory for the rest of the run. So that is a big no-no. We cannot do that. So we need to wait until after we get the real bombs to RBA the biggest bomb bag. The second thing that you may notice is the normal smallest quiver is 30 arrows. But this quiver holds 20 arrows. It is not a normal quiver. In fact, it's actually a small bomb bag. But it holds 20 arrows. As you may think that might mess with getting the bow later, since we haven't gotten the bow. But the same problem that exists for the bomb bag does not exist for the for the bow. So yeah, we don't have to worry about that one that much. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, it did work. Okay. Wait, it didn't work. Okay, that's fine. I needed to wait there anyways to skip this cutscene. So I'm gonna light the eyes from below. You can just do that with bomb chews if you do them very sneakily. And then from here, I'm just gonna leave to Donga's Cavern. I got a few Skulltulas. That's just useful for later. I'm gonna take a little bit of damage because I'm gonna die again on purpose soon. I hate to spoil it, but that's gonna be a common theme of the early part of this run. And then I'm gonna just do another Hess here to go to Goron City. Get hit by the boulder, because why not? And then
is that every boulder so far?
Almost. I didn't get hit by the other one. We're going for all boulders 100% speedrun in this. World first. Every single boulder. Luckily, it doesn't matter that much. From here, normally I would try to stop that baby Goron from rolling around, but you actually don't need to do that. I'm gonna go straight to Death Mountain Crater with a clip here.
So what Claire's doing here is called a mega flip. Basically what you do is you roll into an explosion or any other damage source on certain frames so that you do have invincibility frames on the end of your roll. So if you time those with when you get hit by the damage source, and then you can input either a backflip or a side hop, it will modify that backflip or side hop to give you immense velocity backwards. So you'll see we're gonna roll into the bomb here, side hop, and jump really far backward to clip through this door so we can make our way toward Death Mountain Crater.
And I'm just gonna RBA Poe one more time to get some more bomb chews, running low again. And now we have done all the RBA we need to do for a while, which means that I can re-equip sword. Generally, having sword on B is pretty useful for most of the normal game. I'm gonna get an extra heart here, just because I will have to deal with the heat timer. And then instead of pulling this guy, you can actually just hookshot through. The floor behind that statue is hookshotable for some reason.
All right, so Claire's damaging down here. We're going to try and time dying and entering a cutscene here. There's a cutscene here that gives you a warp song. So we're gonna do a setup so that we can pull a bomb shoot and die at the same time we enter the cutscene. This gives us the Bolero of Fire, which will allow us to warp back to this location at any time. And we skip the cutscene so we don't have to watch the whole thing.
Here I'm going to make a small detour to get this 20 bomb chest that's in DMC. It's not strictly necessary, but it is really nice to have 40 bombs. As you maybe can imagine, bombs are kind of like glitch fuel in this run. So the more fuel we have, the better. Definitely don't want to run out of bombs. There you go. For all you casual people who didn't know that that bomb chest existed, because it may not be that useful for a casual playthrough, it is like so nice for a speed run to get that bomb chest. And so now we're gonna get magic. We have to get magic before we get any other spells, and also having magic is really useful as well as we need it for the speed run. Although we don't actually need this specific magic upgrade, we only need the biggest magic upgrade. But we still can't get any other warp spells or any other kind of thing that involves magic until we do this. So we gotta do this first. If you have a couple donations, you can definitely go for it.
Sure thing. First of all, we've hit $2,800 out of that 4,000, so we only have 1,200 to go, which is awesome. And I noticed we are over $9,100 total for Malala Funds. So, you know, what if we hit that 10K during this run? That would be really, really incredible. We have a $25 donation from Eat Your Friends, who says, wait, don't do that. Who says a $5 bribe for each of the guards that caught Claire. Free the runner, free the frames.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You want one more?
Yeah, go ahead with one more.
Okay. I'll do a quick one then. $150 from Dodecalope. I hope I said that correctly for you. Who says GDQ hosts the best charity events.
All right, so I'm gonna play Sun Song in front of this Gossip Stone to get another fairy. This fairy is not going to be used to revive us. You may be wondering how that could even be possible. I promise I will die with this fairy in my inventory. However, you may have noticed I put it in my hammer slot. If your fairy is not in one of the regular bombs or one of the regular bottle slots, it actually won't revive you unless you have another fairy and then equip it. So this fairy is not for reviving, but it is useful for some sort of RBA later. And now we're just gonna get a couple Skulltulas on Death Mountain while we can. This Skulltula, normally you need the hammer, but you can just put your hook shot through that boulder and you can get it. And then from here, we're gonna go to Lost Woods. And we're gonna get the Minuetta Forest. In the Lost Woods, Mido usually stops you from being able to go to the last part of Lost Woods if you don't have Saria's Song, but with a precise backflip, you can just jump right over him. So that's a nice little sequence break there. Having Saria's Song is not something that we're going to have until like way later. This Skulltula, usually you would need Magic Bean to get it, but you can just shoot it with a precise hook shot. And then from here, Katie, if you want to explain this part, we're going to be getting a nut upgrade.
Right, so we're going to do a trick here. If you watch, Claire is going to go into C-Up at the same time that she blocks a damage source with her shield. We have to set it up very specifically, so we're going to try again. This activates a glitch called Return A, which has a couple different things. The most notable one is that while you are in that glitch state, you cannot receive any items. So we're going to activate both of these Deku Scrubs. One of them normally sells you a Deku Nut upgrade, but since we're in this glitch state, we can talk to both of them, which will duplicate the Deku Nut upgrade. So we get both the Deku Nut upgrades, giving us the max value from source.
Right, and even though I got both of those upgrades from the same two scrubs, it does still count as getting it from source because that is a valid source to get it from. Even though I didn't get the other one from source, all that matters is you get the max upgrade from source. Even if you get the same upgrade multiple times from source. Here, I'm just gonna kill this Skulltula real quick. This Skulltula is very easy to forget. I've definitely forgotten it before in one of my 100% quote-unquote PBs, one of my 99% PBs, of which I have many. And Katie, you want to explain this part too?
Yeah, for this, Claire is shielding a damage source while the game is trying to get her to climb the ladder. This gives a glitch called Down A, which the most notable effect that we're using here is that it allows you to ignore rounded collision, which is the type of collision that is on that slope. So usually it would push you back down the slope, but because we have that glitch active, we can just walk right up to a point where the wall is not solid, and we can just jump out of bounds, enter the minuet cutscene, and then void at the beginning of the cutscene, giving that same effect of giving us the item at the beginning without watching the cutscene.
Right. And you may notice that return A, down A are very similar names. They're simply named because that's what the A button says when you do the glitch. You may not know that because this game's in Japanese and not English, but trust me, if it was in English, the A button would say that. It doesn't really have anything to do with what the trick actually does. Ocarina of Time is famous for its great names for things, such as Reverse Bottle Adventure, which is just a completely, it's a nightmare of a name. But, I mean, that's what we call it, so. Okay, you may notice that I have a low health yet again, and astute viewers may know where this is going. I'm gonna come up here, get this Skulltula, and then I'm gonna pull a bomb, get the token, hopefully. Nice. Missed the bomb, but that's okay. You can just side hop off here and die. I die here only because walking back up Zora's River is slower than just dying. That's the only reason we do it, not to skip a cutscene, unlike most times.
We are also trying to maintain time of day. We want it to be nighttime when we enter the next area so that certain Skulltulas will be present.
Right. I took too long, so it became daytime anyways. But it's no big deal. All we have to do is play Sun Song again. It's not like we really get punished that hard for it. Is it daytime? I can't actually hear the game, so I don't know if it's daytime or not. We're about to find out. I think it's daytime. Yeah, it's definitely daytime. So we need it to be nighttime because most gold Skulltulas only appear at night. But that's no big deal. We're just going to do a Hess up to King Zora. We're going to be going to Zora's Fountain soon. I'm going to do a little trick here to unload the red ice. You may know that usually as adults, King Zora is frozen, as you can see, in red ice. And he becomes unfrozen when you bring blue fire from Ice Cavern, and then from there you can get the Zora tunic. However, there are many ways you can just have the red ice unload. And as you can see here, I came back and it's unloaded like magic. Not 100% sure how that works, but you just need to know that if you do that or do any number of things, you can just unload the red ice. You may also notice that since we never moved King Zora as child, he's still in the way as adult, but that's not really a big deal because we can just clip through this wall and then go around him. And now we're gonna go to Zora's Fountain. There's a lot of stuff we need to do in Zora's Fountain. The first thing we're gonna do is get Farore's Wind. So we're going to Hess over to the cave that gives it. And then from there, we're gonna do pretty much everything else in Zora's Fountain we can do as adult. If you want to read a couple donations, go for it. Yes, I agree. Okay, so now we got Farore's Wind. Katie, you want to explain the next thing that's going to happen?
Yeah, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to access a normally blocked off area that contains a gold Skulltula because we need it, and it's just convenient to get it while we're here rather than coming back once we, essentially have the item the game expects us to have. So Claire's going to do a trick called a weird clip. It's another one of those roll into a damage source on certain frames. This one in particular, if you pull out the hook shot and try and shoot it while holding down, rolling into a explosion source, it makes Link do a bunch of really glitchy animations, and one of them just so happens to let us clip under that rock that we saw earlier and get into that area early.
Right. This is a Skulltula that I think a lot of people would probably miss in a casual playthrough because it's kind of out of the way. And you need silver gauntlets to get it normally, but we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. I never knew about this skull before I started
I also did not know about this Skulltula when I was a child. There I just do a mega flip to get to that heart piece quickly, and then from here we're going to go to Ice Cavern. Ice Cavern is some of like the coolest movement in the game. I'm probably going to have Katie basically explain everything that's going on during like the more intense parts of the run, this being one of them. So if you want to go ahead and do your best.
Yeah, no problem. So the first thing we're going to do, this room has enemies called freezards, and usually you would have to kill all 4 of them. There's these 3 and then a 4th invisible one that appears. But the 4th one will follow you around, so you can come up against this gate here and then hookshot him. And the idea is that when you hookshot him, the hookshot animation places you on the other side of the gate and you can just roll right through. So gotta wait for him to come back around.
Right. Usually if I'm in the right place, I can just like hookshot him like that and not have to worry about it. I was a little too far to the right, I think, so it didn't work.
For this room, there's the Skulltula we need to collect, and then we're going to, if you see the red ice, that is usually intended to stop you from getting into that area. You need to get blue fire and melt it, but we're going to do a trick called lunge storage, which essentially just makes your jump slash like extend you a couple units further forward. Don't know exactly how it works, but effectively it lets us skip this red ice, and we just move on to this area.
I know how it works.
Gonna collect this skull here. Go ahead.
So for lunge storage, when you press forward and slash on a ledge, you will fall off the ledge, but the game will still store you trying to move forward when you stab. So that's what happens when you jump slash stairs. It just adds on the extra movement from before.
So make our way back into the main room. There's another red ice we're going to skip. We have enough backwards momentum to just clip out of bounds through that door. And we can move on to this room where normally you have to do this really annoying and lengthy puzzle with pushing these ice blocks around. Luckily, we know a couple of advanced movement techniques we can use to just skip all that entirely. So Claire's going to get this angle and use the movement properties of the ice to let her jump forward while moving backward, essentially. And we can collect all these rupees in a much faster way.
Yes, and all of this is technically glitchless. So this is actually the movement that they do in glitchless speedruns as well. It is just very fast to do. And there's the last rupee.
All right, gonna collect the Skulltula and hopefully avoid everyone's favorite enemy, the ice keys. This is a glitch we're about to do called a ground jump, where it essentially just lets you backflip in place by shielding a damage source as you're trying to pick it up. We did it earlier in Second Forest Meadow, do it again here. Hess through this red ice lets us clip right through. And now we're preparing for another cutscene skip, so we're gonna damage down to get low health.
Those guys are really easy to beat. You just wait for them to turn around and then stab once. And then here, this cutscene skip is going to be a little more complicated than normal ones. I need to die and open the chest at the same time.
Yeah, so usually this cutscene to give you the Serenade of Water starts immediately upon you collecting the item. So we have to buffer these actions together. And if Claire opens the chest on a certain frame, her hearts will pop up here in a second. You'll see she has no hearts while picking up this item, so she's going to die immediately upon finishing this first cutscene and starting the second one.
Right. Normally, cutscenes take 2 frames to start, so I die at the frame before the cutscene actually starts, which allows me to skip this cutscene, which is really nice. That saves like a minute or so. All right, so now I'm going to use my newly acquired iron boots to get this piece of heart at the bottom of the lake. I'm also not going to equip Zora Tunic because you don't need it. So you'll see I'm going to get really close to death. Hopefully I don't actually die. I'm not going to say I'm not going to die because that's exactly what somebody would say right before they died. But hopefully I don't die.
I have definitely drowned here before.
I have also drowned here before. And the way this run has gone so far, I would not be surprised if I did. All right,
so the next thing we're going to do, since we're in the area, we're going to go ahead and collect the boomerang and beat our first boss and complete our first dungeon. So we're going to get into Jabba Jabba's belly, which is normally a child-only dungeon. As you can see, we're adults, so he's not even here. However, the loading zone for the entrance to the dungeon is still present, even though Jabba himself is not here. It is actually just hidden under this ice. So we're going to do a certain kind of mega flip. So Claire is doing a mega flip while she has hover boots, which, the way it works is that hover boots, your speed ramps up because the hover boots have that like sliding property. So doing the mega flip while you have hover boots on will start the mega flip, but it's going to take a second for her speed to ramp up. So she's going to fall a little bit to the side and get lower in relation to the ice. So we're going to buffer to a certain frame where we've fallen far enough. And then we're going to equip any non-hover boot, which gives us max speed immediately. And the next frame switch back to them, which maintains that max speed even though we've hit an object. So that clips us into the ice, into that loading zone, and we're now in Jabu.
Yeah, so that trick is really cool, I think. Definitely one of the more cool things you can do with hover boots. It also just shows, like, I mean, you've kind of already seen it a little bit, but hover boots are so broken in this game, and they're so useful for so many tricks. That right there is a trick that was only discovered a few years ago, but it's like so useful.
Yeah, hover boots are like one of the very last, probably the last main item you're supposed to collect. So everything that's like in the game progression before that point is not intended for you to have hover boots. So hover boots just breaks everything, makes everything super duper easy.
Right, so now I'm gonna do Jabu. Jabu as adult is, I mean, it's kind of a joke because a lot of these puzzles are built around the fact that Child Link is short. Adult Link is not short. So there's just going to be some ledges that normally I would not be able to climb that I can just climb as adults. I'm also going to do a little setup here to jump slash the Skulltula on the way down. This just saves a little bit of time. Get rid of that guy because he will bother me later. And then I'm going to get these two Skulltulas. For those of you who maybe forgot, I have to get every single gold Skulltula in the game as part of 100%. So that's going to be a lot of the dungeon routing. A lot of the dungeon routing is going to be around getting all the Skulltulas. However, even though we need to get all the gold Skulltulas, we don't have to get maps, compasses, or boss keys. So those things I can skip. I just can't skip the Skulltulas. Here we're going to be going into a room that would normally require me to do a water puzzle, making the water level go up and down. But since I'm adults, I can just jump down, throw Rudo up here, kill the Skulltula real quick. And then I can just jump up and not have to worry about that. And then, that guy?
Sniped.
Give him a raise, holy cow. That was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that happen to me before. Here, you can just throw Rudo to hit the switch. Usually you would just need to like shoot it with boomerang or something, but that's just like actually an intended thing that you can do. And here I'm just gonna get rid of that guy so he doesn't bother me, and then all we have to do right here is wait on this elevator. So I usually like to do this little pickup delay where Link just kind of moves in place waiting for this to get here. When I let go of shield, I'll pick up Rudo, and now I'm just gonna wait. And once I get up here, we're going to be getting the boomerang. We have to babysit Rudo in this dungeon, and that is something that we actually can't skip even though we're adult. We still have to babysit Rudo because even though the lore explanation for the double person switch is like you're not heavy enough as child to push it down yourself, so you need both of you, That is still true as adult. So I don't know exactly why that works. I mean, I know why that works that way in real life, but it's kind of weird that it works in video game logic, where you still need Rudo.
Yeah, Rudo is just hard-coded to need to be in your hands when you push down that switch, and that is the only reason we have to hold her in this speedrun. So we're gonna kill all the enemies in this room. This will make our chest appear. Let's see if we can get the best trick in the game.
I don't think I am.
I can't tell.
Nope.
Nope.
It's because I picked up the magic.
Yeah. So
The
if
magic
you,
delayed it.
If you drop Rudo at a certain time, she kind of bounces when she hits the ground. She doesn't just fall flat on the ground and stay there. So if the chest raises while she's doing that animation, it just sticks her in that animation and she just vibrates on top of the chest.
So there I use Furor's Wind. Furor's Wind is actually really useful in this game if you've never used it. It's so nice. And here, since I'm adult and I have hover boots, I can just walk right over to the switch and press it. And Katie, you want to explain what I just did there with the boomerang? Because that's
so,
weird.
As some of you are probably aware, adult Link cannot equip certain child-only items and vice versa. Child cannot equip certain adult-only items. However, a glitch was discovered a couple years ago called Equip Swap, which lets you equip any item over another item's slot, provided it is on the edge of the map screen, or on the edge of the item screen, excuse me. So you hover over the item you want to equip, pan to the right, pan back to the left, do a certain input so that it lets you, in this scenario, equip Boomerang, but the game thinks you have Furor's Wind equipped because it's the rightmost item on your item subscreen. So the game thinks, okay, you're equipping Furor's Wind, no problem there with age check, even though it is in fact the Boomerang. So this will let us fight Baronade as adult because Boomerang is required to fight this boss.
Right. And as Katie said, you can use Boomerang as adult. You can actually use some adult items as child too. You can use the hammer as child. The only thing that doesn't really work right, and the one thing that would have been really nice if it worked right, is hookshot. If you pull hookshot as child, the game kind of freaks out and it basically soft locks Link in whatever he was doing when he pulled the hookshot. So that's really unfortunate because having hookshot as child would be really nice.
Yeah.
So here, this fight is pretty simple. You just stun Baronade with Boomerang, kill the jellyfish with nuts, and then stun Baronade with Boomerang, kill the jellyfish with nuts, stun Baronade with Boomerang, hit Baronade 3 times, and that's it. That boss is very straightforward, very easy, but also very easy to mess up. So even though I made it look really easy, it's definitely not as easy as maybe you might think it is. But here, I'm going to equip Iron Boots for this cutscene, which is going to cause some pretty funny effects. As you'll see, having Iron Boots in this cutscene will work as intended. So yeah, I'll just let you watch. There's also this really weird thing with adult Link and child cutscenes where he like gets squished. But as you can see, he sunk right to the bottom. And then Rudo's just gonna talk to nobody. You can see the bubbles coming up. That's my favorite part, is the bubbles.
He is drowning and she
He's suffering down there.
So
Somebody
funny.
save him.
This is probably a good spot for a quick donation if you have one.
Sure, I actually realized that somehow I clicked something and got muted to the stream, so I'm so sorry, stream, for when I was reading out donations last time. So you may hear a few again, Claire and Katie, if that's okay. But I did want to make sure I give everybody the love for the donations. So we did have a $25 donation from Zoya, who did a less than 3. We also had that $25 donation from Nico. I'm not sure if this is the same Nico with Malala Fund, but if it is, hello. Who says that whenever given a chance to see speedruns and help out an awesome charity like Malala Fund, I take it.
All right, so actually, even though it was funny that I equipped Iron Boots in the cutscene, it is actually optimal for this strategy to equip Iron Boots before the cutscene because I need Iron Boots to open the water temple anyways. So that's a little nice. A nice plus to the run. I'm gonna fall down here. Gonna shoot this thing to open up water temple. And you're about to see Rudo age 7 years in about 2 minutes. So be prepared for that. I always say that this is Rudo's mother or her older sister. That's the only way it makes sense.
All right, so Claire's gonna set up here. We're gonna do a trick. It's the same thing you've seen before. It's a cutscene dive. Attempted cutscene dive. The idea is that you stand on the very edge, set Froze Wind, and that cutscene, you get hit by the Tektite at the same time you're setting Froze Wind, which lets you sink to the bottom while the Froze Wind cutscene is playing. But we're just gonna swim on down with our iron boots.
Yeah, so normally I would be able to skip equipping iron boots there if I got the cutscene dive, but it's kind of inconsistent, so it's not a huge deal, only wastes a little bit of time. And there she is, all grown up. Isn't that crazy? Speedruns of this game are so funny because of the time mechanic of the game makes any sequence breaks like really wacky. It's really unfortunate. I don't think you ever get to meet Sheikah's child in this run. I know in Master Quest you get to meet Sheikah's child, which is pretty funny. I wish there was something like that in this run. But anyways, we're just gonna float back up here. Once again, I don't really need Zora Tunic equipped because I'm never going to be underwater for a very long amount of time, and we're already at basically the point where I can't drown from timers because it would just take too long. So here I'm actually going to drain the water, and then I'm going to do a small trick to get to the second level without actually having the water at the second level. So hopefully I get that.
So you're going to see here, Claire is going to do some specific movement. She's going to side hop, and if Link's head comes in contact with the ceiling, it has an anti-gravity effect. So we're going to use that to our advantage to launch us forward onto the second level so we can grab this key, which we'll need later.
Right, and I also did the equip swap glitch again, this time to equip Deku Stick. That's just so I can light these torches. Lighting torches as Adult Link is honestly kind of a little weird because Adult Link's a lot taller than the game expects you to be to try and light the torches, so you have to be kind of specific with it. These guys can ruin your day if you mess up the movement to kill them. Luckily I didn't, but I have had times where I've lost upwards of 30 seconds in this room because once they turn around, they're like invulnerable. Here I'm just gonna Hess to another part of Water Temple. I'm gonna try and fail. It's fine. Totally fine, it's just right here. And I'm gonna go under the water over here to get a Skulltula that is a little out of the way. I'm going to equip Furor's Wind. As you saw, I equipped Furor's Wind earlier. This is why. It's so that way I can just go back to the start of the dungeon very quickly.
Yeah, Froze Wind just basically just lets us cut out any backtracking we might have had to do, and it's just really convenient for movement.
So a really good point, which I didn't think about, with the Deku Stick. On the Nintendo 64 console, you cannot pull Deku Stick as adult, the game will crash. However, on the Wii Virtual Console version of the game won't crash. So this speedrun is built around being able to use sticks as adult. So this speedrun is only possible on the Wii Virtual Console, not on Nintendo 64. So that's a good thing to keep in mind.
All right, now we have everyone's favorite trick. We're going to open a locked door that doesn't have any ground under it. So we're going to do a specific setup to get in the right spot. And we're going to do a super slide, which is when you're trying to grab something and a damage source hits your shield, it will eject you backward. We're going to equip hover boots so that we can fly over the void. Darn.
Sometimes this trick can be a little finicky.
Yeah, it is easy to mess up for sure.
Luckily, I can just use this torch clip out of bounds if it'll work with me. It can be a little finicky as well. There we go. And I'm just gonna go void and try the trick again. No big deal. voiding here is the fastest way to get back up to the top. We need to be at the top to do this trick. There we go.
First try.
So yeah, you can open doors as long as Hover Boots is still active. Hover Boots runs out basically right as you get to that door, which is why it can be a little tricky sometimes. Here I'm gonna get this Skulltula. One thing I failed to mention earlier is here I'm doing a trick called Hookshot Extension. It basically just lets you shoot your hookshot a little farther than it normally would be able to. It allowed me to get the Skulltula in the rock in Death Mountain Trail, and it also allowed me to clip through the statue in Goron City. It's not like one of the, I mean, it's a pretty useful trick, but it doesn't work all the time. You can't just hookshot extend through walls normally and shoot through walls. You can with bow, but you can't with hookshot. It's kind of unfortunate. But it still allows you to do some pretty unique stuff, and it allows for a couple sequence breaks. Not like anything huge, but a couple things. So here's everyone's favorite boss, Darklink. I hope you guys are ready for a really hard fight. This is actually, well, no, it's not the first boss. It's the second boss, really, that we fought. But Darklink is pretty easy to gimmick. You can stun him with Deku Nuts, so you just roll away, stun him with Deku Nut, jump slash, repeat until he's dead.
So in here, we're going to open this chest. It's going to give us the long shot. And if you notice, there is a Song of Time block covering the hole at the back of the room, which we need to get through to progress. However, we still don't have the Song of Time. We're not going to get it until much, much, much later. So we're going to do a trick here that's going to allow us to re-enter this room without opening the door. So we're going to set up so that the door doesn't close when we go through it. The door actually will close based on Link's proximity to the door frame. So walking through the door normally puts you far enough that the door closes. However, we did a trick to preserve momentum with Hover Boots to stop us from getting that far away from the door. And then most door frames in this game are actually hookshotable. So we did that trick, mentioned earlier, the hookshot extension, to stick Link's arm a little bit through the door and be able to hookshot the door frame and walk through the door without opening it. So that unloads the Song of Time block. This is a trick called a weird shot. It's very similar to that weird clip we did earlier in Zora's Fountain. You roll into a damage source while trying to pull your hookshot and holding down on your control stick. Does a bunch of glitchy animations, and then we just activate the trick on a certain animation that puts Link under the ground. So we're going to do a couple of those real quick to move around through this dungeon a little bit quicker than normal.
Yeah, so while Hookshot Extension does not let us shoot through walls, usually we can do the same thing that we would want to do with a Hookshot Extension with a weird shot. So I'm just going to do quite a few here. It basically breaks Water Temple. There's a lot of leftover like hookshot targets on the walls, even though they're invisible, that you can shoot. So like it looks like I'm just shooting random places on the wall. There is actually a place where a hookshot target should be, but isn't because the developers just forgot to remove it at some point. And that's really useful for getting that key specifically. Here I'm going to equip swap sticks again so I can light this torch. And I'm going to get the key, or the Skulltula inside the pillar. This one can be a little tricky because you can hit it from this lower platform, but you have to be like right on the edge, and it's very easy to fall off. All right, and now we just need to get one more Skulltula, and then we're actually going to leave Water Temple, even though we've basically done everything we need to do, except for beat the boss. And we could beat the boss right now, but it is still faster to beat the boss later, because we're gonna have one specific item that's going to make it very convenient. So here I'm just gonna get one more Skulltula over here. Of course I missed. This guy can be kind of a pain in the neck if you mess up any part of that. So I was trying to do it quickly, but it's not really that big of a deal. Get this, and then we're gonna go to Forest Temple. Forest Temple, we actually do need to beat because Forest Temple is required to go back to Child. We're gonna be going back to Child right after Forest Temple, and Sheik will not let you put the Master Sword back until you beat Forest Temple. So this is the one thing that we're absolutely required to do in Adult 1 before we can do anything else. Also, having Long Shot in Forest Temple is definitely not intended, and it basically breaks a lot of the things that are normally puzzles in Forest Temple wide open. So right there, that wasn't really a puzzle, but it's very convenient for me to just shoot that Skulltula from the bottom. Here, I'm going to... Actually, Kitty, you want to explain this?
Yeah, so what Claire's going to do is normally when you enter this room, the cutscene starts, or a cutscene starts, that lowers this elevator that's in front of us so that you have to go around the dungeon, complete all the dungeon puzzles to raise the elevator to get into the basement to access the boss room. So what we're going to do is Claire is going to catch bugs at the same time that this cutscene starts, which will allow us to gain control during the cutscene. So we can get over to that elevator before it lowers, so we can get down there. There's a Skulltula we need to get, and then we can come back up and do the rest of the dungeon. So see, Claire gains control during the cutscene before the elevator lowers. I'll just run right on over.
Here I'm going to do another weird shot just to get this Skulltula. I could just push the thing, but it's a little bit faster to do a weird shot here. You also, astute viewers might have noticed that I did not get the key in the first room of Forest Temple. That's kind of weird. Maybe keep that in mind, why I might do that. Because I definitely have to get everything in the Forest Temple. I'm not coming back. Here I do a trick called a ledge clip. That's just to get past that Song of Time block. Basically, every single Song of Time block in the game, you can skip it in one way or another. Song of Time blocks basically don't exist, as far as I'm concerned. So here I'm just going to get this Skulltula. Normally I'd have to go all the way up there to get it, but since I have Long Shot, I can just get it from down here. Then I'm going to shoot up here. And although I don't necessarily need to fight this bubble, it is faster to go this way. And this bubble dies in one hit, so... pretty nice. Oh, Katie, you should explain power crouch stabbing.
Oh yeah, so...
We haven't really explained that.
Yeah, power crouch stabbing, when you crouch stab in this game, it doesn't have its own associated damage value. Like, normal attacks will have their own damage values. Like, a normal slash with a Kokiri sword is 1 damage, a jump slash is 2. With a Master Sword, a normal slash is 2, a jump slash is 4, things like that. Crouch stabbing doesn't have its own initialized damage value, so it takes on the damage value of whatever attack you did previously upon like entering an area, so going through like a loading zone, right? So if you were to enter a new area and crouch stab something, it would do 0 damage, but we can store a jump slash, and all of our crouch stabs will have jump slash damage, so that's 4 damage. See, we're going to jump slash, and now all of our crouch stabs will do jump slash damage, so we can kill these guys really quickly. So you see that Claire has damage down to half a heart. That is in preparation. We're going to do another hookshot jump here. We're going to interrupt our hookshot as we try and hookshot that chest that just spawned. We're going to collect this fairy, because we're going to interrupt the hookshot by dying again. This will propel us into the room above us, which is where the fairy bow is located. That is an item that we need to get, and this is the fastest way to get it. So we're going to do a setup so that we can essentially enter. It's going to push us out of bounds into the door frame. So we're here in the door frame, drop a bomb. We're going to time the bomb flashes so that when we hookshot the chest, we'll die on the same frame that our hookshot makes collision with it.
Nice.
So
I was worried about getting that first try.
Yeah. So this gets us up into the above room, and now through the way, there's a couple different like things about how this room works, notably that we will need to reload the room to get the enemies to spawn in here. So reload the room real quick to throw his wind. Now we can fight the enemies in here and progress normally.
Deku Nuts make these fights very easy. I highly recommend, if you've never fought these guys with Deku Nuts, to try to do that. Deku Nuts in general are so nice for fights. It's kind of unreal.
So this is going to get us the fairy bow. And if you remember, we do have a glitched quiver currently from when we did RBA earlier. Getting this bow normally gives you the 30 arrow quiver. However, since we do have that glitched quiver, it will not get overwritten. So we still technically have 0 arrows. So we're going to come into this room, slash these pots. This will fill up our arrow count. And now we can do a trick to get out of bounds. When you're in a dungeon, all of the collision for the dungeon is always loaded. It only just loads the visuals for the room that you're currently in, which means that the load trigger for the boss room is always loaded no matter where you are in the dungeon. So we're going to do a trick here to get out of bounds and jump into that load trigger from an unintended place. So this is a trick called a ground clip. We're going to use bombs to hover up this wall, take damage at the same time we swing our sword. This puts us into the wall, and we can just jump right into the load trigger.
All right, now we're at Phantom Geddon. We have done everything we need to do in Forest Temple besides fight the boss. So now we just need to do that. It's really cool doing Forest Temple this way, I think, because usually you need like 3 keys before you can even go to the second part of Forest Temple, but this way you actually need 0 keys. And you can still do the whole dungeon. So yeah, now we're gonna fight Phantom Geddon. I do have to do quite a few things in this fight. First thing I need to do is store a jump slash again, and then get infinite sword glitch. This is just gonna allow me to have my sword swinging infinitely. And while I have used it for other properties in the past, this time I'm actually going to use it for its intended property of the sword swinging every single frame, and you'll see the results of that soon. Okay, I'm gonna get a bottle on B again. Yeah, you can go ahead and explain it.
Yeah, we're gonna do another RBA. We're gonna RBA a couple things. If my memory serves me correctly, we're going to RBA Bomb Choose as well as Kajiro. So we're gonna get the bottle on B with an empty bottle on our C right. That's gonna give us an empty bottle in one of our bottle slots again. And then we're just gonna store that bottle on B for after the fight because it's gonna be easier to time everything. And then you'll notice Claire did shoot a select number of arrows. We actually are required to have 13 arrows before we become an adult the second time because it's going to mess with our equips. So we're going to get down to 13 arrows and just store that for later. Ignore the bow for the rest of the time. We're going to use the hook shot for the rest of the fight.
So this fight with ISG is really nice because you can just kind of stand under him and you'll deflect his little energy balls, and then if I just turn around and shoot the hook shot, he's going to continue to get hit by my sheath sword because it is swinging every frame. And yeah, that's Phantom Geddon. And then from here, we're going to do 2 more RBAs. One, we're going to drop with Kajiro on C right. That is once again going to change our quiver and bomb bag. It's going to give us the 30 bomb bag because we need the 30 bomb bag to get the 40 bomb bag for real. So we're going to get the 30 bomb bag and a quiver that holds 0 arrows. However, it won't actually get rid of our arrows. It just makes it so where we can't shoot any more arrows. But since I already shot down to 13, that number 13 is important. And why it's important will become clear later. But all you need to know is for now, I will not be able to shoot the bow again. And now I'm going to damage down to half a heart. Katie, if you want to explain what I'm about to do.
Yeah, so like Claire said earlier, she's going to damage down, and then she's going to do this RBA where she's going to drop the bugs with Kajiro on C right. Like she said, this modifies her bomb bag. If we didn't do this, when we go to get the bomb bag or the maximum size bomb bag from source, it would give us a smaller than maximum size bomb bag and would lock us out of getting the biggest bomb bag. So then we catch on pose, and then we're going to do a trick called Ocarina items, which lets you play any first-person item or most holdable items as an ocarina. This lets us gain control while we were on the blue warp, and we're going to advance a certain number of frames so that we can die at the same time that the blue warp tries to warp us to the cutscene where we would get the dungeon reward. As you may know at this point, cutscenes tend to give you their item on the first frame of the cutscene. So we're going to die at the same time that this cutscene starts. It's going to give us the dungeon reward, which is the forest medallion, and it will allow us to skip the cutscene. So we're going to
Yep,
save
and you
continue.
can tell that it worked because of that white flash.
Yeah.
I now have the forest medallion, and I need to leave. And when you die with bottle on B, you respawn with a Deku stick on B. That's just like the default it gives you if you have some weird item on your B button and you die. And when I saved and reset there, it actually deleted the Master Sword. But since we can get Master Sword basically at any point, and we will be re-getting it again, it's not a huge deal. So now, since the door is still closed, we have to skip the door time as adult, but we can't skip it the same way we did as child, but there is a different setup for it. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to skip the Prelude of Light cutscene with a method similar to the Forest song cutscene. I forget the name of it, but yeah, we're just going to void, and we're going to void when the cutscene's playing, and that's going to give us the song. And then I'm going to skip the door again, and this time I'm actually going to put the Master Sword away.
So we're utilizing the recoil from crouch stabbing this wall, and then we equip hover boots, which stops our momentum from dissipating. This gives us enough speed to clip through this door, and we're going to swing around. Now we're going to, that was actually our last stick, so we currently have 0 sticks. So Fairy on C right while doing RBA is going to modify our stick count. So you see we got a bottle on B there. We tried to swing our empty sticks while we had our shield out. This lets us shield swipe the bugs to put the bottle on our B button. And we're gonna prepare our equips for the beginning of Adult 2 and drop the Master Sword so we can go back to Child.
All right, and yeah, so now I have 29 sticks. You may know that in the past I've been doing some really weird setups to get bottle on B. If you have an item that 1 cannot be used while shielded, or 2 you have 0 of, you can just press the item while shielding and then just shield swipe whatever you're catching, and that is the equivalent of the whole setup you have to do with sword. It just so happens that sword you can use while shielding, so you have to do kind of a complex setup to keep you from actually pulling the shield. But anyways, yeah, now I'm back to Child. I'm going to be getting a few things in preparation for Adult 2, and also a lot of stuff that is really convenient to get out of the way now. This is when most of like the luck in the run happens. You know, as some people know, Dampé's heart piece is a luck-based heart piece. And I'm going to have to do that in Child 2. I was going to have to do it at some point. But yeah, we're going to do it in Child 2. And then we're also going to be doing fishing. A lot of people who are casuals like fishing. I really don't like fishing. I don't know very many speedruns who do.
Final boss for every speedrunner is fishing.
I think fishing is even worse than Dampé. Fu, if you want to read a couple donations, now's a good time to do it.
Hi there. Okay. So we have a $150 donation. This is from Vachiom, who says, loving the OOT run so far, and I want to see more. Let's get the any percent bonus run. Also, quick note on that. We have hit over $3,000 out of the $4,000 for the any percent bonus run. We had $3,020. So the donations are coming in. I'm loving to see it. It's awesome. And if you think about it, by the time we get the any percent run in and met, we will also hit over $10,000 raised for Malala Fund. So double the reason to get those in.
All right,
One more.
here
You good?
we need to. Okay, yeah. Here we need to do the scene walk that we did in Child 1 again. This time we just need to do the Song of Storm's grave. That is, or I guess it's not a grave. It's a grotto over by the castle, and then we'll be done with this area of the game. We'll finally be able to start like clearing areas after like almost 2 hours, which is nice. Eventually we're going to be clearing every area, so you can go ahead and read like a couple more. We're just doing some pretty standard stuff.
Hey, no problem. I also wanted to mention really quickly that we did have one more thing you could donate toward today, and that is the Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise Randomizer harp song. Just as a quick heads up for that. And yeah, please get the donations in for all of that. We have a $15 donation in from Koopa. I almost read it in the wrong order. I like that. No comment, but thank you so much. We also have a $25 donation in from Eric, who says, gonna get me some Stardew merch. Let's go. All the Stardew Perlers are so cute. We have a $30 donation from IceBean55, but with no comment. But thank you so much for the support.
So here we're going to go to Lon Lon Ranch. We're going to get everything we need to get in Lon Lon Ranch. If you remember in Child 1, I had to wake up Talon. This is why. If you don't wake up Talon, he and Malin both will not appear in Lon Lon until after you do that. Okay, that Hess is kind of hard. Backwalk Chew Hesses are kind of difficult. And there's different timings for child and adult. It's annoying. As you can see, I failed both of them. Not a big deal. It doesn't really save. I mean, it saves quite a bit of time because we're going across Hyrule Field, but backwalking is still pretty fast. So it's not a huge deal. Here we're going to literally get everything in Lon Lon. The first thing we're going to do is get the bottle. You have to get 3 of the quote-unquote special cuccos that Talon throws. There's basically no way to tell the difference between them. However, you can position the camera in a way that like makes it to where you can kind of see where he throws them. And there's also a little strategy you can do here. And this is one you can try at home, is if you're picking up these cuccos, the fastest way to check them is not to pick them up and then throw them as you go. It's pick them up, and as you're picking them up, just hold shield. If you just pick them up and hold shield, first of all, if you get the right one, they'll just fall through the floor, which is pretty funny. And second of all, you can check them very quickly because it's a lot faster to do that than throw them.
Another thing here is that the special cuccos all fall in like the same area every time, so you already know where to go and can kind of narrow down which cucco you're supposed to pick up.
Here we're getting a milk bottle. Milk bottles are actually very useful beyond the fact that I have to get it anyways. Milk bottles modify your bomb count, which, as you can see, we use a lot of explosives in this run. So being able to get bombs at any time and bomb shoes at any time is going to be really useful. Here I just need to talk to Malin 3 times before I can pull the ocarina. I don't know why they made it this way, but that's the way they decided you needed to do it. I don't know how many people tried talking to her, tried pulling ocarina, and she just didn't teach you anything, and you were like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Probably left and did something else for a while before realizing you had to just keep talking to her. I think any difference between the special cuccos and the regular cuccos is pseudoscience. I don't think that's real. There is no difference. You cannot convince me otherwise.
So something to note here with this cutscene is that when you play Sunsong in areas where time of day doesn't normally pass, it reloads the area, and this cutscene is going to reset our entrance point so that rather than starting at the beginning, when we play Swan Song, it's going to load us from where we left the cutscene. This does one specific thing. You'll see Claire hits, this little invisible spot on the floor is the units X0, Y0, Z0 on the map, which is where the game stores collision and damage data for unloaded, a lot of unloaded things, most notably going to be the gold Skulltulas. So the 2 gold Skulltulas that were unloaded at the time that she hit that area are going to already be dead, so it saves us a little bit of time. We can just go collect the tokens rather than having to kill them first.
I don't know if I killed that other Skulltula. We're about to find out.
I think you did.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good aim.
Yeah, so if you kill that Skulltula on the way, it just means you don't have to start another Hess. You can just keep that one going. And then this one was the other one that was unloaded that we killed with the 000 Chew. And now we're just going to go get the heart piece, and then we can go to the lake. Here, there's normally like a block puzzle you have to do. You can just skip it by jump slashing through that little crack. You can just clip right through it. Pretty nice. And then I'm going to get this heart piece, and I'm going to go to the lake.
Yeah. This is the last thing we need in Lon Ranch, so there's no reason for us to walk out of here normally. Saves us some backtracking. We can just warp to the next area we need to go to.
The Guays and Lon Ranch are so annoying. You can definitely just get completely destroyed by them if you mess up any part of the movement. This here is called a super swim. It's basically exactly what you might think it is. It's just a way to swim really quickly out of a mega flip. Here is going to be another version of the super swim, but this version can be done endlessly since I'm already in the water. Okay, I got confused by the other chew. It's not the... I accidentally let 2 chews go. I usually wait for the other chew to explode. It's not that big of a deal since we kind of need to wait for day anyways because of the way fishing works. Basically, the fish bite more in the morning and very late evening. So I would have had to play Sun Song anyways. It's not a huge deal to have to swim over here, although it is kind of annoying. And here we get to do fishing, which we all love. So normally in this game, you'd have to do fishing twice, once as adult and once as child. However, you can actually do both of the fishings as child with... There's not really a name for the glitch. We kind of just called it hold. You basically just hold target while you're talking to him the first time. And it allows you to get basically both rewards in one trip, which is really nice. So first one I'm going to get is this fish. This fish will let me get gold scale if he'll cooperate. Nice.
Nice, not bad. Yeah, this is the first big RNG segment of the run. It's really annoying. Sometimes they just decide not to bite at all. Sometimes they take forever. Sometimes they will fall off your fishing rod even after you've caught them at random. It's really annoying.
Yeah, when you catch them, it's like every certain amount of seconds, there's a 5% chance that they get off the hook. And that 5% chance might as well be 50%, honestly. I don't believe it. When I hear that it's only 5%, I don't even believe it. You really want to make sure to catch these fish as close to you as possible, so that way there's barely any chance for them to get off the hook. This is actually not that bad.
Something else to note, you'll hear I think it's the enemy music that plays when a fish is on the reel that you're reeling in. That music, or being in that state, scares away the other fish and makes them go to different parts of the pond. So if you fail catching the fish, you have to wait for them to go back to their normal areas, which takes 2 or 3 minutes, something like that. It takes forever.
All right, so there we go.
Yeah,
we will never have to visit the fishing pond again, thank God. And now we're just going to continue on our merry way. We're gonna go get Scarecrow Song. Scarecrow Song is not actually something that's required in 100% since it's not in the actual menus, but it is very convenient to get Scarecrow Song, and we're going to use it a few times. So it's a good idea to pick it up on the way. doesn't matter what notes you pick, you just have to pick 8. So I just do back and forth a few times. And here I'm just gonna Hess over to the lab, play Sun Song again. We need it to be nighttime so we can get this gold Skulltula. And we're about to get Bottle on B again. This time it's going to be a lot of stuff. It's basically going to be everything we need to RBA is Child and Child 2. So that there is just a little convenient movement to make it easier to get that Skulltula and also put us in position for this one.
So if you remember from earlier, every time as adult that we've had to get Bottle on B, we've had to do these really convoluted setups where we're like standing up against something or, whatever. As Child, the way the collision or the explosion hits your shield is a little different. You can just do it anywhere you want with that setup as long as you have a bomb. And Claire just caught bugs with Milk on C right. So as we mentioned earlier, that modified her bombs. So she now has 29 bombs. And we're going to keep Bottle on B because we're going to do some more RBA here in a second. But first, we're going to collect Ruto's letter and then move on back to Zora's domain.
So here's something that I haven't really talked about because it hasn't really come up yet. But RBA is not always something that is very convenient for you. And in fact, if you accidentally drop bugs or pick up something with something that you don't want to pick up or drop with on C right, it could really screw you over. There are basically only set things that are quote-unquote safe to actually drop and catch with. Milk happens to be one of them. This thing I'm about to put on C right, Din's Fire, is not. So I cannot drop or pick up bugs with Din's Fire, or really most items on C right. In Child 2, there's going to be a lot of instances where I could accidentally delete something that was important. As long as I don't press B too much on accident, we should be fine. Need to pick up the fish here, and then this is a glitch called flame storage. Basically, if you put your stick away and you light it on the last frame while you're putting it away, when you pull it out next time, it'll be lit. And that allows me to just catch the fish on the way to lighting the rest of those torches. All right, so now here, we're just gonna get this heart piece, and then we're gonna Hess all the way back up to the top of Zora's domain. Even though we have Ruto's letter, we do not want to get rid of Ruto's letter, but we are about to go to Zora's fountain again. This Hess is kind of hard to do. Yeah, there.
Darn. Yeah, that camera gets really tricky.
The camera basically goes all over the place because it doesn't really know what to do when you're moving that fast like that, going up this area, because it's already trying to do something by itself. So it can be a little weird. So here, I'm not going to move King Zora, even though I could technically do that. Instead, I'm going to do this trick. It'll work.
So this trick is called a ledge cancel. Basically what's happening is you climb up on a ledge at the same time that you shield an explosion. This again lets you ignore rounded collision, which is the type of collision that King Zora has. So you can just walk right through him out into Zora's fountain.
Here I'm going to use my last chew just to hit this Skulltula on the wall. You can do that little setup to make sure that it runs on the wall and hits it. And then I'm just going to grab this token. And then I'm going to do another super swim here off the log with my stick. You're going to see it's a pretty common thing. Well, I was going to try to, but then I broke it. So that's weird. Anyways, you have noticed probably I have 29 sticks. These 29 sticks I'm going to need to use through all of Adult 2, basically. So you may notice that I'm just kind of breaking them willy-nilly. That's okay. I eventually want to get back down to 0 sticks. It's important that I do that. So anytime I break a stick, it's probably intentional that I broke it. So I'm going to go to Death Mountain Crater to do all the stuff that you can do as Child in Death Mountain Crater. One problem with Death Mountain Crater is the timer. It will burn my shield if it runs out, so I definitely don't want that to happen. I'm going to RBA here to get the bugs in the soft soil and also to refill my chew count. I'm gonna wait for these to dig in just to give myself a little bit of extra time on the heat timer. Kill this Skulltula with ISG, and I'm gonna do a hover over to the other side of Death Mountain Crater because this bridge is gone and I need to get to this side.
So we're gonna rebound off that log, and this hover is really annoying. You have to angle yourself in a certain way, and then on the very next frame do a backflip, so that you get these angled backflips so that you don't, because if you just backflipped normally and dropped a chew, you would actually go too far away from the explosion and it wouldn't hit your shield, so you wouldn't be able to hover. So I'm gonna do this precise hover. Nice job, first try. It's really difficult. It's very annoying to do that hover.
And then, yeah, here we're just gonna clip through these Megaton Hammer rocks. Normally you would need to hammer them as adult, but you can just clip through them with a chew as child and get double magic as child instead of adult. If you want to read a couple donations, now is a good time to do so.
Yes, absolutely. Plus, we're over $9,400. That means we have just over $500 to hit our first 10K. Just got to remind you, it's so exciting. I love it. So please get those donations in more. Let's go. You can do it. You're already doing great, chat. We have a $25 donation from Katie Libc, who says hello from the studio. So proud of the hard work everybody involved in the Frame Fatale community is putting in putting on another marathon. This week is going to be a lot of fun and full of fantastic speedrunners. Less than 3. Thank you, Kate. So let's go. Everybody is doing amazing and hard work in the studio. Got to witness it firsthand. Fantastic.
Yeah, huge shout out to everybody in the studio. You guys are doing a lot of work. All right, so here, normally you wouldn't be able to jump down this ledge, but you can with Jump Slash. That's just a little time save. I mean, it's a big time save considering the other way is going all the way around, but it's a small thing you can do to save some time here. And then here, I'm just gonna get the rest of the stuff that I can get as child. This Skulltula up here is child only, so I have to get it. I'm gonna break a stick to kill that. And then I'm gonna super slide down to this cove to get the heart piece. Or I'm gonna fail it because that super slide is kind of weird. Doing super slides on slopes in general is kind of weird. You can just jump slash in here, grab the heart piece, and then I'm going to jump into the lava to void. This is gonna put me back over by the entrance to Goron City, and we're gonna go into Goron City. And normally, here you would talk to Darunia to get the Goron bracelet. However, we don't have Saria's song, and we don't need the Goron bracelet. So we're just gonna run right by him. We're gonna light these torches, so that way the bomb pots start spinning. And then this is why I had to drop with Kojiro on C right in Adult 1. It's specifically so that way I can get the biggest bomb bag from source from the Rolling Goron. So I'm gonna let that shoe go up there. I'm gonna throw this bomb into the pot. If you press C up here, you can actually start moving before the cutscene ends, which saves a lot of time of getting up to that big guy up there. I'm just gonna run over here, get the biggest bomb bag. This will give me 40 bombs, which is really nice. A bomb fill is always good, basically. And then jump down here. And here I can get this heart piece. And then from here, I'm gonna try and do a really complicated Hess to the top of Goron City. So hopefully I get it, because that would be really nice to get.
Yeah, this Hess is super cool. I like it a lot. So one thing to note is that if you have enough speed, you can clip through acute angle collision, which is how all of these rocks are aligned. So if you just maintain this Hess, you can clip through all of these rocks all over the back of this room to get this Skulltula. And then I'm gonna grab the Skulltula and do the same thing to get out of here. Just Hess all the way back through.
Also, one thing about that rupee text box, normally text boxes require you to press B twice to clear them if you want to do it quickly. That automatically does quick text, and if you press B twice, you would accidentally drop bugs. So screw that text box. I've definitely kill to run, because bomb chews is another thing you can't drop bugs on. So if you drop bugs, the run's going to be pretty much over.
Yeah, so one of the interactions that can happen is, depending on the item you have on C right, dropping or picking up an item in your bottle on B puts a bottle over a different item slot. In particular, bomb chews would erase the hook shot, which would lock us out of a lot of future tricks and 100% definition. So it would be absolutely run over.
So here I need to RBA Kajiro again to get myself the 20 quiver again. Technically, I already have the biggest bomb bag, so that part doesn't matter. I just needed the quiver so that way I can shoot arrows again. That's not that big of a deal. Kind of irritating, though.
So we're going to do a trick again called Ocarina items, this time with a bomb chew, so we get this funny little animation.
I need to play Sun Song here, yeah.
Yeah, this makes it night because we are going to Dampe, and Dampe only appears during certain hours at the beginning of nighttime. So got to make sure we manage our time correctly, because if we're too slow here, Dampe will be gone, and we'll have to come out to a place where time can pass and play some song twice to reset it. So
yeah, you actually can't play Sun Song in Kakariko. If you do that, it'll be too late to get Dampe. So here I have to show this guy the letter to start the child trade quest. I haven't done any of the child trade quest yet. And spoiler, I'm going to skip some of it. But this part is absolutely necessary. The Happy Mask Shop will not open if I don't do this. And you may have noticed that the door was already the gate was already opened. That was because I've already been adult. And I don't know, I think there's another reason why, but I can't remember why. But basically, the gate's open. When he tries to open it, it's already open. It's kind of funny because the gate doesn't move anywhere. And then here, you can just let a chew run up the watchtower to kill this Goltola that's on the watchtower. And then this guy on the roof, usually you're supposed to use hookshot to get him as adult. However, with a precise side hop off the watchtower, you can actually get him as child. So that's what I'm going to do here. And he says something like, "Nice to see you again," even though I've never talked to him before, ever. And then I'm just going to Hess to the graveyard. Maybe. There we go. Okay, so Dampe. Dampe has a 1 in 10 chance of pulling a heart piece out of soft soil. It's very much just luck whether he pulls it or not. However, there is a way to do it with basically 100% guarantee that he will pull the heart piece eventually, which is what I'm going to do here. If I don't get it within the first 3 tries, which hopefully I do. That would be really nice. It's been a long time since I've had a really good Dampe, so now would be a great time to do it. I'm going to try and move my camera in specific ways while I'm doing other stuff waiting for Dampe to move, so that way he keeps moving. If you put him off screen, he just won't move sometimes. And here I'm actually going to drink my Po. I need this bottle for later, so I can now no longer RBA choose with Po anymore. And I'm also going to re-equip Sword that I'm done with RBA as child. Here you can do a precise boomerang throw to get this heart piece from up there. Usually you would need a magic bean to get it. And I'm going to kill this Skulltula. And Dampe still is not moving. This is just an annoying thing he does. He just doesn't move sometimes. I would like for him to try to hurry, if at all possible.
He's doing his best.
This is also why I got that 50 rupee chest earlier. That's just for safety in case I don't get the heart piece very quickly. Luckily, while I'm waiting on Dampe, though, I can do a lot of stuff. Because all he's doing is walking extremely slowly. Nice! Oh my god.
Third try.
Third try. Third try is really good. I told you. I was literally Dampe buffering the past like month. I think in my past like 5 or 6 tries, my best attempt was like 7. So 3 is really good. It also means we get to keep Navi. We're gonna go back to bottom of the well pretty soon, and we're gonna do the same trick as before. Even though we have Song of Storms, it's still faster to just Navi dive down to the bottom.
So that's everything we need to do in Graveyard. So now we can go back to Kakariko. First thing we're going to do is we're going to collect our gold Skulltula rewards. So the game tracks how many gold Skulltulas you've collected, and at 10 skull intervals, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, you unlock certain rewards. We need to get some of these in particular, but not all of them, because one of them will actually downgrade our wallet. So...
Right, and I actually had to kill that Skulltula right there to make it exactly 50. I was at 49 before that Skulltula. But yeah, as Katie said, I can only get one of the wallets. If I get both of the wallets in here, I will accidentally give myself the adult wallet again, which means this is no longer a 100% run. Luckily, all you have to do is not talk to the guy who gives you the other wallet, so it's pretty easy to avoid. Not to say that I've never done it before, but it is pretty easy to avoid. Here I'm going to take kind of a looping path just to make sure I don't talk to him. And that is all the rewards that you need from the Skulltulas. However, we still have to get the rest of the Skulltulas. We just won't get any rewards for them, other than the satisfaction of a job well done. Here I'm just going to clean up all the Skulltulas in Kakariko. We also have to wait for Navi to be called anyways, so this doesn't really waste any time. Right on time. Okay, now we're going back to bottom of the well. We're going to full clear bottom of the well now. We only need 2 more Skulltulas here, so it won't take too long. I will be getting an extra stick here just for safety, because if you run out of sticks, it's kind of bad in Adult 2. By the way, yeah, Adult 2 is coming up pretty soon, right after bottom of the well, so be ready for that. You're going to see why I needed 13 arrows earlier. It will be important as soon as I go adult. As to what it could possibly mean, who knows? There's a neat little setup you can do here where you just do 1 ESS turn and kill this Skulltula. I really like it. It's pretty nice. The 100 gold Skulltula reward is an infinite supply of rupees, basically. Which is nice, but we don't really need it. And pretty much anybody who has 100 gold Skulltulas probably doesn't need infinite money anymore. So here I'm going to equip Ruto's Letter and Zelda's Letter, and I'm going to go to the Temple of Time. Ruto's Letter being on C right here is important. I'm not doing RBA. Instead, I'm doing a glitch called Bottle Adventure, which is BA, which, as you might be able to understand, is the exact opposite of what RBA does. So RBA takes the item on your B button and changes something else in your inventory. This time it's going to take something in my inventory and change the item on my B button. So Ruto's Letter points to arrows. If I have 13 arrows and I pull the Master Sword, it's gonna give me... We'll wait for it. It's a really good item. Trust me.
Dramatic pause.
Yeah, so having 13 arrows gives me Furore's Wind on B. Now, I already have Furore's Wind, so you may be wondering why I would want Furore's Wind on B. Well, Furore's Wind can usually only be used in dungeons, and not in boss rooms. Having Furore's Wind on B means you can use it anywhere that you would be able to use a sword. So, that means the overworld, boss rooms, houses, basically everywhere. So I'm going to set Furore's Wind here immediately, and I'm going to go into Water Temple. This is why I waited to beat Water Temple until after I went to Adult 2. Adult 2 is specifically designed around having Furore's Wind on B. So from here, I can go into Water Temple, and I'm going to go fight the boss. And like how I did the cutscene skip in Forest Temple with dying, you can do a similar thing with Furor's Wind, where you just use Furor's Wind as the warp is trying to take you to the cutscene. Here I'm going to do a Hess just to get across the area since I don't have the water raised with hover boots. This is just a nice little sequence break. Saves a little bit of time over raising the water first. And then from here, I don't have the Water Temple boss key, but using a ground clip, I can, like we did in Forest Temple, I can skip the boss key. I'm going to get ISG, do a hover. Buffer to that frame, and then I'm just going to go through the door. This is why it was important to RBA sticks as adult and adult 1. Having all these sticks is basically the stand-in for my sword. I don't have anything else to swing like a sword. So I basically have 6 or 24 times that I can hit the stick on something. However, if you have infinite sword glitch, the stick won't actually break. So I will be doing some fights with ISG and doing other fights just normally. This is because I need to get down to 0 sticks by the end of Adult 2. So this is Morpha. Morpha is a pretty easy boss to gimmick. All you have to do is get in this corner, pull the hook shot, wait for the tentacle to come out, and then you can just put Morpha in the corner, and then you can just crouch stab it in the corner until it dies. It can't get back to the water because you're literally in the way stabbing it. So yeah, that was Morpha. Another benefit of having Furor's Wind on B as opposed to dying to skip cutscenes is I'm starting to get a lot of hearts. It's going to become increasingly inconvenient for me to die to skip cutscenes. That's why I want Furor's Wind on B, because it's just going to be a very fast way to skip cutscenes. It also allows for very unique wrong warps, which are like these blue warp cutscene skips, only slightly different. So now I'm just going to do a setup to get in position. And then if I use Furor's Wind on the edge of the blue warp, I can just wait until the blue warp tries to take me away, and then I can activate Furor's Wind. And there you go. I got the water medallion, and I didn't have to watch the cutscene. And now, Katie, do you want to explain this next part?
Yeah, so we're going to do another hookshot jump. Normally, after you beat Water Temple, during the cutscene that plays after you beat Water Temple, it raises the water in the lake back to its maximum amount. So the intended way is that you are to swim. If you see the pedestal over on the right side of the screen right now, an item is going to fall there. And then we're getting collection delay again. So Claire backflipped through that gold Skulltula token. And during the backflip, pressed Ocarina, which puts you in like a pseudo cutscene state, which stops you from being able to collect the token. And then falling from the top of the tree, put enough distance between her and the token that it unloaded so she can no longer collect it until it's loaded again. So you shoot an arrow at the sun, drops the fire arrow onto that pedestal. So normally you would just swim over there, but instead we're going to hookshot this tree at the same time that we reload that Skulltula token, which is going to interrupt the hookshot hitting the tree. And it's going to give us a huge momentum boost upward, the biggest one we've seen so far. Just got a buffer to it. There you go. And
there you go. Where are we dropping?
Where are we dropping?
Goku and Fortnite. Once again. Yeah, so that just makes it to where we can get fire arrows without raising the water. Because since we skipped... I hate it when I do this. Since we skipped the cutscene, the water actually didn't raise. We had to do that. Or we could have used Scarecrow's Song, but using Scarecrow's Song is slower than doing that.
So now we played the song for the Scarecrow's child. That sets the Scarecrow's Song. You actually have to play the song for him again as an adult to activate it. So we're gonna play it for him again right here. And then immediately go do our first use of Scarecrow's Song right after. So there's sorry, go ahead.
Just wanted to say that I am actually going to be hopping out now, and the awesome Phant is going to be jumping in for hosting the rest of this run.
Thank you so much for hosting, Fu.
Yeah, oh, you're
Yeah,
sweet.
thank you.
The run's going awesome. We've already hit over $9,500. So exciting. So everybody's doing great. Claire, you're absolutely dominating this run. It's been awesome. Have a good rest of your run, a good rest of your day, everybody, and take it away, Phant.
Goodbye, Fu. Thanks for all your work. I can't believe this run's already 2 hours in. I've been watching it and it's just been flying by. It's so much fun.
I know. A really nice thing about this run is just how well it's paced, honestly.
It's true.
Not a lot of downtime.
I just want more of this. And we're so close because we're $840 away from meeting the any percent OOT run incentive that would happen right after this. So be sure to get those donations again. I want to see it. It's a fantastic run. You will enjoy it. I guarantee it.
All right, so here we're just doing all the stuff we need to do in Lakeside Lab. Like I said, we're kind of in the point now where we're going to start full clearing a lot of places. Our hearts are going to go up exponentially. Basically, everything is going to start falling into place. And it's all thanks to Furisman on B. The nice thing about Adult 2 is this is going to be when we do most of our actual dungeons. Having Furisman on B makes it really nice to do dungeons. So we're going to do basically all of them except for one. As to which one that is and why is up anybody's guess, really. But we're going to be doing a lot of stuff in Adult 2. And it's going to go really fast. As you can see, we have already basically gotten two full hearts. We've gotten fire arrows. We've beaten Water Temple. We've got all the stuff we need to go fast. Right here, there's a hidden hole that has a Deku Scrub salesman who sells you a heart piece for 10 rupees. I have never, ever done that before. That's very funny. One thing, and you saw me do it earlier, that I need to look out for is accidentally pressing B too much to skip text. If I do that, I might accidentally set Furor's Wind, which is a pretty big time loss. So here I'm going to Hess all the way to Lon Lon. We need to save Epona. That is part of the requirement of 100%. And Epona is just really useful, and we're going to need her pretty soon. So I'm just going to Hess through these fences all the way over to Lon Lon. And then normally you would have to do like a whole race with Ingo, and it's like a really long drawn out process to get Epona. Turns out that if you go through this loading zone that's above the fence, you don't actually need to do the race. This loading zone is what gives you Epona in the overworld. So yeah, if I just hover over that fence, now I have Epona. And I'm going to use Epona and one of the properties that Epona has immediately here. And that is to make it impossible for Big Pose not to spawn in the overworld. I need Big Pose to get the 4th bottle. Even though I technically already have 4 bottles in my inventory, I still need to get all 4 bottles from source. This bottle is the last bottle that I'll need to get. And normally you would have to collect 10 Big Pose all around the map, but using a version of Equip Swap, which is known as Equip Dupe, we actually only need 1 Po. Basically how that works is I'm going to equip the actual Po over itself, basically, and make it to where I can keep the Po on a C button while still selling it. And this is just going to require some like really complicated Equip Swap shenanigans. So I'm going to equip this here, fire arrows here. This is why getting fire arrows was really important. And then if I Equip Swap, the bow, you can see I have 2 Poes on the C button now. As long as I don't unequip that other Poe, I can just keep selling the same Poe over and over again. If you have donations, this is going to be a good time to do it because I'm going to be here for a little while.
Yeah, what a grift you're pulling off on the bow salesman here. Yeah, we've got $25 from Faye. Always loved watching Claire do a Zelda run. OOT was the first Zelda game I ever beat when I was a kid, so it has a special place in my heart. Frame Fatales is one of my favorite events. Thanks to everyone at GDQ for their hard work, and good luck on the rest of the run. Claire, donating towards that 80% run.
Thank you very much.
We got $25 from Anonymous. Thank you so, so much. Another $15 from Seth. Cole donates $25. They donated already. This one is for my wife who is in the hospital but wanted to make sure she showed her love for this great cause. Thank you so much, Cole. James Erda donates $25. Love your work. Level Story donates $5 with no comment. Thank you so, so much. And Jolly Anchor King with the $25 donation. Thank you all. And again, we are trying to hit the any percent Ocarina of Time run incentive. Excuse me there. We are so close, just a little over $800 away. And if that's met before this run is concluded, Claire's going to continue on with the Ocarina of Time shenanigans, showing you how any percent is done. So if you thought this run was wild, well, you know, there's always more magic inside of OOT. I swear, every single time I watch one of these runs, Claire, it's just, there's so much new stuff I see.
I
Can't get enough of it. I'm writing down notes. I got like 3 notes written down. I was like, okay, I need to go learn this. I need to learn this. All right, this is going to be great. Good stuff.
Yeah, and it's funny because knowing this stuff, I pressed Furor's Wind accidentally again. Knowing this stuff for randomizer is actually really useful. So anybody who plays randomizer, there's probably something you could learn from the speedrun.
Oh, 100%. I'm planning on using this stuff for randomizer. Okay,
so we're finally almost done with the big pose. That was nice, giving my voice a little bit of a break for a second. Explaining stuff nonstop can be pretty rough. Now that I've sold 9, I can just sell the 10th one. It's not a big deal. And then I accidentally set Furor's Wind, so I'm gonna have to probably get some magic at some point. The magic route is pretty tight. Even though I do have double magic, I'm going to be doing a lot of setting Furor's Wind and using it. So I probably will try and get magic in, like, Kokiri Forest. Yeah, there's a nice warp for you, just to get rid of the Furor's Wind.
The frames you save.
I think it actually does save time if you accidentally set it. I don't know, I've never timed it, but it seems right. Okay, so from here, we're going to get this Skulltula in the hole over by that tree. I don't know what to call it other than Swamp Gossip's Grotto because that's what it is in MM. The nightmare of many MM speedrunners right here. I have nightmares about this place all the time. But luckily all we need is one Skulltula here. And then we're gonna leave and we're gonna go to Dodongo's Cavern. You also may notice that we got Epona, literally rode her to the castle and then left her there. Hessing is still faster than moving with Epona, so we don't really want Epona. We're going to use Epona only when it's strictly necessary and nothing else.
Claire set Furor's Wind there. This will be the location she's going to warp back to at the end of this next dungeon. She's going to do a cutscene skip like we've seen before, like we did in Water Temple. So just setting Furor's Wind real quick there to make sure we warp back here. Very important, because this is going to be a special kind of cutscene skip that we'll explain when we get there.
Yep, so we're just hessing up to Dodongo's Cavern. Hopefully it doesn't turn day. Didn't look like it did. That's great. That saves a sun song. And then here, I'm just going to hess into this room over here. You may remember that in Adult 1, I actually blew up this wall. This is why. It just allows me to hess straight into the room. I don't know why I pulled a bomb there, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, I needed that. Cool. I'm going to... Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Those guys can be a little annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. So with the long shot, you don't need Scarecrow Song to get that Skulltula. Usually that's the intended strat, is to play Scarecrow Song to get that Skulltula as adult. There's Skulltulas here that you're supposed to get specifically as adult. That's why you're able to get in here as adult. That is one of them. I'm gonna get that Skulltula. And now I've gotten all the stuff in the main room, which means I can do another Hess. And this is gonna go, hopefully, all the way into the Dodongo's mouth. Okay, that can happen.
No,
sometimes.
not the thing.
Yeah, so if you accidentally target that BMOS, it's very likely that you're going to end up voiding there. Link gets crushed if he gets put in a place that he can't stand like that, where the ceiling is too close to his head. So yeah. So there we have the message that we should have gotten at the beginning of the Dodongo's Cavern. I had been skipping it up to this point, but rather than do another Hess, I figure it's probably better to just go ahead and run over here.
Seems like Navi always finds a way.
Yeah, I almost got away with it. I was really close. Okay, so there's one more Skulltula we need to get back here. And then after that, we've got no more Skulltulas in Dodongo's Cavern. I'm gonna pull bomb early. This is just because bombs take a set amount of time to explode. I want it to explode as soon as possible. You may notice that I'm like kind of just taking damage willy-nilly. I have 10 hearts, so I don't really care about taking damage anymore. It's really not a big deal. Every single time that I beat a dungeon, I'm gonna get a heart refill anyways. Here I'm gonna do another ground jump to get back around here instead of doing this puzzle. And then here, there's a pot that has bombs in it. I'm actually going to dupe this pot by breaking it, going through this load plane, going back through the load plane, and then breaking the pot again. The way this works is, as long as you don't collect the thing from a pot and then reload the pot, it will just keep on spawning the thing until you collect it. So that was really weird. Why is he on the other side of me? Here, I'm going to target the keys, and I'm going to call Navi on the same frame that I step on the switch. Right here. And what that does is it opens the door, but it interrupted the switch being pressed down, so it makes it to where that switch stays pressed, even though I'm not on the switch anymore. And then here, I'm just going to get more bombs, because more bombs is always good.
Very nice.
By that
We
explosion.
have crossed 10K, by the way. $10,000 raised for Malala Fund. And Claire, I hope you are ready to do any percent. We are now just $45 away from meeting
so
the
ready.
any percent incentive.
I am so ready to do any percent. I've been waiting my whole life to do any percent again. I was even practicing it because I knew I was gonna have to do it. So Dodongo is a pretty fast fight. If you have power crouch stab, Deku Stick does the same damage as Master Sword. So if you're using power crouch stab, it's doing the same damage as a jump slash. Dang it, I missed. It does the same damage as a jump slash from the Master Sword, which only takes 2 hits to kill Dodongo. All the child fights are kind of jokes as adult because you can do so much more damage as adult than child. Even though that's not really true because you can technically do Deku Stick jump slash damage as child too. But we'll go with the fact that adult is just more powerful than child. So here I'm gonna do another position setup. These position setups are not strictly required. They're just really nice for setting you up like right next to the blue warp. And this time, when I warp, instead of going back to the beginning of wherever I set Furor's Wind, there's actually 2 different kinds of cutscene skips that happen in this game. One with blue warps, One is when you go to the Chamber of Sages, specifically right after you enter the blue warp, and one is when a scene plays before going to the Chamber of Sages. This cutscene normally is the one where you meet Daruni outside of Dodongo's cavern, and there's like a whole cutscene that plays where he thanks you for clearing out Dodongo's cavern. But since instead of warping to outside of Dodongo's cavern on Death Mountain Trail, I warped to Kakariko Village, it played the same cutscene number that cutscene in Death Mountain Trail is in Kakariko Village, which just so happens to be this cutscene, the Nocturne of Shadow cutscene.
We have time for a few donations.
Yeah, we have time for a few.
All right, so we got $25 from Bears. Let's go, Claire, my favorite streamer. Good luck on the run. And any percent has been met, Claire. Let's go.
Let's
Good
go.
job. Yeah, so excited to see that run. It's like, if it didn't happen, I was going to probably fund it myself.
Yeah, that's a great job, guys. That was $4,000 for that donation incentive. That's insane.
You have $25 from Mr. Game and Shouts. clairelynnd running Ocarina. Phant's on the hosting mic. I may be late to the party. I've clearly picked a good moment to tune in. Thank you so much, Shouts. Appreciate it.
All right, so here I'm just getting the one Skulltula that is adult only here. And I'm gonna get this heart piece. And since I learned Nocturne of Shadow, I'm going to go to Shadow Temple. I could skip the door again, but it is more convenient to just light the torches, so that's what I'm gonna do. I have Din's Fire, so I might as well use it, right?
I don't see why not.
Yeah. I think you have time for one more donation if you have it.
Oh, of course. We've got $20 from Soul Closet 2. I share a birthday with Ocarina of Time. It's one of my favorite speed games to see live. Claire is an excellent runner and commentator, and here's hoping for any percents. And we have met it. Love what y'all do. Now, although we met the Ocarina of Time any percent incentive, we have opened up a new incentive for Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise Randomizer, where the runners will face a custom Zeramis sprite at the end of the race. That's a $4,000 total, so let's see if we can hit that as well. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic.
So there you saw me actually use Lens of Truth. Usually Lens of Truth is kind of a useless item, especially if you already know the way to go in a lot of places. However, the place that the correct skull is random, and having Lens there just makes it to where I don't have to guess. There is a way to skip that gate, of course, because it's Ocarina of Time, but you don't really need to if you have Lens of Truth, and it's still pretty quick. Here I'm going to do a mega flip and get some anti-gravity off the roof to go all the way down to the bottom here. I'm going to blow up that door, and then I'm going to go in here. And here I'm going to have to unset Furore's Wind. Even though I use Furore's Wind, if you use it for a wrong warp, it will still be in place. So if you accidentally use Furore's Wind there, I would have gone all the way back to Kakariko Village again, which I have done, of course. One thing that you learn from running this game is if there is a mistake that you can make, you are going to make it at some point and you're going to feel like an idiot. And that's just the way it is.
I feel like you're playing a game of Operation with the controller, you know, just don't press that button for first wind.
Yeah, honestly, it's really a battle of my brain wants to just brain off do things and I have to stop it. Here I'm going to try and do some complicated Hesses to do Deep Shadow quicker than normal. This first Hess is just going to get past all these spiders. And then the second Hess is going to be a little more difficult than that. Basically, I'm going to use hover boots to skip a decent part of this little platforming section. And it looks like I did get it, which is good. So that allowed me to go all the way down here, and then from here I can just jump on this invisible platform, and I can go in this door. Now I'm going to do another weird shot to skip killing all the enemies in this room. You get this Skulltula. All we need is the Skulltula, nothing else. just gonna kill this guy. And you may notice that that like is coming towards me. I'm actually gonna hook shot the like just to make sure that he doesn't eat me. If he eats me, I'll lose my shield, and I'll have to kill the like to get it back, which is pretty slow. So it's better to just be safe than sorry there. I have also gotten my shield eaten by that like I think like 3 times. Trust me, it's gonna happen, and that's why I do it. That's why I basically do everything I do in this game, is because at one point I didn't do it and it messed me up. Here you can do a little clip through this gate. There's a small gap between the gate and the wall, and if you do a roll precisely here, you can just go right through the gate. That skips the silver rupee puzzle. And then here, I'm just gonna get these bombs because they're right here. That always drops a bomb. Get this Skulltula.
I like that skull a lot because it's the only one that doesn't spin. It just stays in place while it does its little thing.
Is that true? There's gotta be another one. Or maybe I'm thinking of Master Quest. I don't know. I'm gonna believe you. I think you're right. Why not? Why would you lie to me? Here I'm going to use Lens of Truth again, just for safety, because you can avoid trying to go on this moving invisible platform. It's nice to just be able to make sure you know where the moving platform is. I'm also going to equip hover boots here, just so that way I make sure I don't miss it, because I have done it before. And then in this room, there's 2 Redeads that can stun you, but I'm going to collect the rupees in a very specific way to make sure that they don't. So that one I'm going to collect like that. Here you can hookshot this invisible target if you know where it is. Get both of these rupees, and then hookshot this one for the last one. And then from here, normally you're supposed to blow this thing up with a bomb, but you can do it with a bomb shoot too. Just have to let it cook for a little bit. And then while that's exploding, I'm going to kill this Skulltula. And you'll see the key drop right on me because I positioned myself in a way that that would happen. And now I'm back up here in like mid Shadow Temple. And I'm gonna do another weird shot to use this shortcut before I've actually opened it. I'm gonna hookshot this ladder. And I'm gonna jump on the boat. Here's another easy to forget Skulltula. I actually have never forgotten this Skulltula yet, but I'm sure it'll happen eventually. And now we get to ride on the boat. This is gonna be a time where I basically just have to sit here and wait. Usually there's like a fight you have to do on the boat to basically just give you something to do while you're waiting. But if you position yourself in a very specific spot, the Stalfos actually can't hit you. And it's gonna allow me to just basically stand in place.
As you make the Stalfos fall into the abyss on their own without any action from your part, can I get a couple donations in by any chance?
Of course.
All right, we've got $20 from Snapdragon. Ocarina of Time is one of my all-time favorite games. I never get tired of seeing it played, speedrun, randomized, glitched, and hacked into a million Triforce pieces. Good luck with the run, Claire. Let's get that incentive met. Thank you. And that incentive has been met. We have $50 from the Slowman Shield. Everyone agrees clairelynnd is the best OOT runner out there, and I have it on good authority that she loves dark roast coffee. Good luck on the run, Claire.
It's a lie. Please don't spread misinformation.
Sam donates $300. Wow, thank you so much, Sam. No comments, but your donation is very much appreciated. We have $50 from Federico, donated for GDQ, and now donating for Flame Fatalis. This Ocarina of Time run has been so good, but I need more, so this goes to the incentive for any percent. Sending the love from Mexico.
Uh-oh. Okay, I didn't jump off. Good. I'm gonna do another Hess here just to cross this gap. Usually you would... Well, if I can do the Hess, I'm going to do the Hess here to get across this gap. Normally you would need to blow up the boulders on the pillar, or blow up the bombs on the pillar to make it like fall down. You don't need to do that if you have hover boots. So I'm just going to cross this gap real quick. And then Katie, do you want to explain this boss key skip?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is we are going to do a ledge clip, which is similar to what we did earlier with the Song of Time block. Basically, if you target on the same frame that you like fall off of a ledge to where Link would normally grab the ledge, you'll actually turn perpendicularly to the ledge and face the wall. So we're going to do that at the same time that a bomb explosion is going to hit us, and that's just going to launch us through the door into the boss loading zone. So you'll see here on a certain frame, we're going to start walking. And we're going to time for when we fall off the ledge. Just target, and it's going to launch us through. So now we can go on and fight Bongo Bongo without getting the boss key.
Bongo Bongo is going to be a fairly straightforward fight as far as speed runs go. I'm going to be using ISG yet again. ISG is Infinite Sword Glitch for anybody who has missed that explanation. Infinite Sword Glitch basically just makes it to where you're swinging your sword on every single frame. And if you do that while in a place that you can hit a enemy, it basically just causes them to be in hit stun in perpetuity. So I'm going to get Infinite Sword Glitch here. I'm going to shoot both of the hands, shoot the eyeball, roll over here, and then I'm just going to run into the eye, and he's going to die. Another useful use of Infinite Sword Glitch in that fight is usually when Bongo Bongo is hitting the surface, it like makes you bounce up. If you're using ISG, it will not bounce you up. So you don't have to worry about your hookshot not coming out or anything like that. And then here, pretty much going to be rinse and repeat. We're going to do a position setup to put us right next to the blue warp, and then we're going to use Forwards Wind on the blue warp to skip the cutscene. This one is not going to be a wrong warp. It normally takes us to Chamber of Sages, so it's just going to be a normal cutscene skip. And then after this, we actually still have one more gold skull slow we need to get in Shadow. So when I warp in, you can tell we got the medallion by the fact that it was a white flash. I'm going to go all the way over to here. And then there's one gold skull slow on the wall back here. We're just going to kill it, and then we're going to play Bolero of Fire. This is just like an interesting property of speedruns of like, even though you beat the boss, the dungeon isn't over still. I think that that's really cool. There was a speedrun route at one point for a 100% run where you beat the water temple boss first and then did the rest of the dungeon. I thought that was so cool, and I wish that it was more often fast to do something like that. I think it's just so neat. I wish a regular Zelda dungeon would do that, actually. I think that would be very interesting. So here, I finally have to get the Goron tunic. I still haven't gotten it yet, and it is required for 100%, of course. So instead of hitting the rolling Goron like you would normally do, I'm actually going to clip into the shop, and I'm just going to buy a Goron tunic. This still also counts as getting the item from source. You can either buy it, or you can talk to the rolling Goron. And I'm gonna unequip hover boots here. Leave this shop, and then get this skull right here. And now we're gonna go to Lost Woods, and we're going to go beat the Deku Tree. We still haven't beaten the Deku Tree yet. Still haven't beaten the first dungeon of the game. We're gonna do that now as adults. Now, Dodongo's Cavern is a dungeon that is open to adult, and you can just walk in it normally. Deku Tree and Jabu Jabu are not. You saw me do a clip to get into Jabu Jabu at the beginning of the run. And I'm going to do something kind of spiritually similar here, but it is a different trick, obviously. I'm going to be basically clipping into the side of the Deku Tree, and then using my speed from a Hess and using hover boots to hit the loading zone from the inside of the Deku Tree. So first thing before I do that, I will need to get more magic because I did accidentally use Furor's Wind a couple times, and the magic route is pretty tight. You also may have noticed that I set Furor's Wind in Lost Woods there. That's going to be important for another cutscene skip, but this one's going to be a wrong warp like the Dodongo's Cavern one was, since it doesn't go to Chamber of Sages. But where it goes is anyone's guess. The Dodongo's Cavern one kind of made sense because it still went to Kakariko. I can tell you right now, this one is not going to go to Kokiri Forest or Lost Woods. So you guys can guess as to where that wrong warp's going to take us, but I don't know as if you would be able to guess it if you didn't already know. So there's that trick I was mentioning earlier, being able to get into the Deku Tree as adult. Just clip through and then get it from the inside. Now, Deku Tree is really broken as adult because there's so many things that you should not be able to do as child that you can as adult. One of those things is obviously use the hook shot. So I can just clip through. I forgot to unequip hover boots. Clip through the bottom there by hook shotting the vines. And then here I'm going to try and skip this text. I did. There's a text box there that tells you how to open doors. We're basically 3 hours into this run. I know how to open doors. I don't need Navi to tell me. So if we could skip Navi telling me that, that would be great. Here we're going to get the slingshot. When we RBA'd the pocket egg a long time ago, it gave us a glitched Deku Seed bag. However, when you get the actual slingshot, it gives you the normal 30 seed bag. Why every single one of these items that also has like a quiver or a bomb bag or some kind of count works differently from each other, I have no idea. But literally every single one of them works differently. It's so strange. If it didn't work like that, if it worked like the bow and quiver did, you could actually skip a minigame as child to get the biggest slingshot bag, but since that is not the case, you are going to have to do both things as child. Nice, got this first try. Sometimes this Skulltula can be kind of annoying. It like won't work. Like you try to hookshot it and just goes right through it. But luckily I was, the game was nice to me and I was able to get it anyways. So now we're gonna go to the basement, have to break the web like normal. You can burn the web, but it was faster to just break the web like that. Here I'm gonna get these 2 basement Skulltulas, and then from here, Katie, do you wanna explain the crawl space skip?
Yeah, so we're going to do a couple different things. Here we're going to, there's this crawl space that behind it has a room which contains a gold sculpture that we need to get. Adult Link cannot go through crawl spaces like Child Link can, so we need to find a way around it. So the first thing we do is get ISG. We're going to do a hover, and we're going to get on this porch, do a hover with the bomb chew to get in a certain position so that when we side hop here and put on our hover boots, it maintains our speed so that we can clip through that wall, touch the crawl space so that we don't fall because the hover boots are going to expire, and we can just walk through the other wall. So this will get us back to this very, very back room. It's one of the rooms that you're intended to come back later as adult or as child.
As adult, yeah, as child.
Yeah, that just gets us that gold Skulltula. And now we're done with everything in Deku Tree except for the boss. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do the boss key skip. Or I guess it's a child dungeon, so there's not a boss key, but we're going to clip into the boss door loading zone, essentially. So we do a specific position setup, and we're going to do another super slide, which is when you're trying to grab an item while an explosion hits your shield. We actually don't have strength, which is what allows you to pick up grass like that. Like once you get Goron Bracelet, you can pick up grass like that. We don't have any strength upgrades, so we are unable to pick up the grass. which has the added property of when we let go of shield to end the super slide, Link will still pick up whatever item he was super sliding off of. But since we can't actually pick it up, it's going to warp us back to where the grass is so he can try and pick it up. But it's going to maintain his Y position. So he stays underground a little bit. You can do a mega flip with that bomb there and mega flip into the loading zone for the boss.
Yep.
Wow.
That trick is called 2-3-1 skip for for obvious reasons. And Master Quest is called 3-1-2 skip.
Of course. I forgot it was a different order in that.
Yeah. They actually changed it.
As we're watching Goma come in, I want to remind everybody that we have until the end of this run, right before Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise starts, to meet that incentive to see that new Zeramis sprite. So please get your donations in. It's going to be great, I promise. And I wasn't able to read that statement in, and Goma's already dead. So
Yeah, I was about to say, while we were talking about that, Goma died. Goma is a very, very quick boss to beat if you know what you're doing. Literally seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So here, as we already know, position setup. And then this wrong warp, I hope you guys guessed, because you probably got it wrong. This wrong warp actually takes us to the Silver Gauntlets cutscene in Desert Colossus.
that was incredibly convenient.
Yeah, luckily, we don't have Requiem Spirit, so if we didn't have this wrong warp, we would have had to have traversed all the way here. But luckily, this wrong warp exists, so one of the benefits of having Farore's Wind on B is you can kind of make your own wrong warps, and that wrong warp is very nice. Also, normally this cutscene is supposed to be seen as child, not adult. So that's kind of funny, I guess. Here I'm going to do another super slide with hover boots to get to the other hand. And I'm going to set Farore's Wind while this cutscene's going, and then I'm going to get the mirror shield.
I'd love to see it. And really quick, we got a $150 donation from Cubs Rule 21. From all of us at Zelda Speedruns, good luck on the run, Claire. Donation goes to seeing that amazing custom Zeramis sprite in Free Enterprise. Thank you so much, Cubs Rule. And yes, I really want to see it. I want to see everything, so I may be a little needy here, but it's gonna be great, I promise.
So there I just gave Link a fit check. That's the only time we're gonna change outfits in the whole run, so I hope you enjoy it. Now we get to wear the red pajamas.
They look so comfy, don't they?
Yeah, he's all decked out in red right now. So here, normally you would need silver gauntlets to push this block. You can just skip it with a clip with a super slide and hover boots. And then I'm going to use the boomerang to hit this switch. And then I'm also, the reason I actually equipped boomerang is for the next room. There's a Skulltula behind a Song of Time block, but with a really precise chew, you can actually hit it anyways. And then from here, if you have boomerang equipped, you can just wait for the chew to kill it, and then just side hop, and that will give you the Skulltula token. No Song of Time required. And then this void is actually really convenient because it takes you back to the beginning of Spirit rather than your last entrance in the dungeon. Basically just makes it so we don't have to like play Requiem or something silly like that. So here I'm going to equip my usual long shot and Deku Stick, and then I'm going to do another crawl space skip here to get to Child Side. And now we're going to do the rest of Spirit Temple from Child Side, because everything else we need is basically only on Child Side.
I'm assuming it's also broken by the fact that you were an adult in here on Child Side.
Right. Also, we're an adult, which is pretty nice for this part of the dungeon. The game definitely does not expect you to be able to do the things you can do as adult here. But there's also a lot of crawl spaces to stop you, so it's kind of a trade-off. You have to do some glitches to get past the crawl spaces. But once you do, it's pretty nice. Right there, you can do a little clip with the hover boots. All you have to do is basically run and roll at the wall, and you can clip under that floor. And then if you hook shot up here, wait for these keys to go away. Oh my God, I hate the camera here.
For some reason, the game does not expect you to be climbing that wall as an adult, and it just has these really, really weird properties about it.
Yeah, you can just clip right through the ceiling there. And then weird shot here to hook shot this vine wall back here. Any vine wall that exists, you can... I did not mean to do that. That's pretty bad. Oh well. Is that really that bad?
It's fine, right? It's totally fine.
Well, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, is it really that bad? I don't think it is, but I don't know, maybe. So here, I'm just getting that Skulltula and then opening the door. And from here, we're basically just going to be running circles around this room for a hot second. First thing we need to do is spawn this chest with Zelda's Lullaby. I'm going to aim the hook shot, and hopefully I aim it in the right spot. Kind of hard to tell. Okay, I didn't even get the hook shot off anyways. You can hook shot to that chest in the cutscene. It saves a little bit of time. Not a lot of time, but it does save a little bit of time. And then I'm going to hook shot up here. I'm going to get this Skulltula on this side. You may also notice that every time I'm like hook shotting things, I'm like canceling out of the hook shot while it's still coming back. That just saves some frames. It's not really that huge of a difference, but it is a good idea to do that if you're trying to be a speedrunner. Easy frames to save there.
So fun little trick here. This is going to be called Statue Climb. We are basically just making our way to the boss key door through some unconventional methods. You can use the collision of the statue and just kind of climb up it through some specific movement. And then we can actually do a trick with the hover boots and a backflip to clip out of bounds and just run right over past the boss door. Just like that, and we're in.
I might have missed.
Did you miss?
Yep.
Oh no.
I accidentally turned a little bit to the right at the very end. Not a big deal. We can just try it again.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. Really quick, we got a $25 donation from JBrunTR. Had to donate to see two heckin' awesome gals kick the butt of a heckin' awesome new Z sprites. Good luck, Asuka and Dijon, and have fun. And I got some top secret information here from the host desk here. So this sprites that's going to be coming in at the end of free enterprise if the $4,000 incentive is met, which we've already cruised well past 10% of that. It may involve a certain mascot who may be involved quite heavily in Frame Fatale's events. So you get me, chat? You get me? Either way, you want to see it, I promise. And look at that, we're in.
Yeah, so that time we got it. So one thing that I haven't really talked about, but maybe astute viewers would have noticed, is when I break Deku Sticks as adult, it looks like the Giant's Knife breaking. That is just how the game handles that sort of item breaking as adult. And you might be wondering, well, does it work the exact opposite way as child? Can you break Giant's Knife as child and it looks like a Deku Stick? And the answer is yes. It actually does look like a Deku Stick if you break it. So that's just a little fun fact for you. This boss is pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna break the stick in a very specific way here. This is just to make sure that when I break it, I can keep it. This person, yeah, so see now I have the stick, it's broken, but I can still keep using it. I think that's fine. Now I'm gonna set up in the corner over here. It's gonna take a little while for Naburu to walk over here. Kind of led her a little too far that way, but it's no big deal.
We got a $150 donation from Anonymous that says less than 3. Did I get it in time? Let's go. All right.
Okay, so Naburu is gonna die. I'm falling out of bounds. That basically means that the cutscene where Naburu dies and they capture her again is skipped. And so now we can just go fight to win Ruba. All right, you probably have time for like 1 or 2 donations here. While
All right, well, we got
spawning.
Of course, we got $25 from English Chick that says, I want to see this donation total go up. Me too. Let's hit that $4,000, everybody. Enjoying this Legend of Zelda run and can't wait for the any percent run. We also have $150 from Lala with no comment, but thank you so much. If we keep going at this rate, we're going to hit that incentive, everybody. We can do it.
Okay, so Twin Rova is basically the biggest like luck-based fight in the game. They fly around, and based on luck, they decide to shoot at you. There are some instances where they will shoot at you multiple times in a row. There are some times where they won't shoot at you for like 30 seconds. This time I literally got an instant one. I could tell because she stopped moving immediately. That's really nice. So a thing you can do to keep the other one from moving out of the way while you're waiting is just hook shot them, or literally shoot them with anything, and that will keep them from moving. I think fire's gonna shoot, okay. We need ice to move over here.
Oh, it was close.
Yeah, it was like barely.
Yeah, it could be really annoying during this fight because if one of the sisters flies behind you, you're just out of luck, and you just gotta wait for the next cycle to come around and hit him again. So being able to manage that and knowing where to go stand so that they will both be in front of you is very important.
As you can see, they don't always go above the platforms to shoot at you. And also, I got screwed over like Katie did. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. So after 4 times, I just shoot that one. If you don't shoot them, there's a chance that you will get a quote-unquote double, which was that thing I said earlier where they shoot twice in a row. That will happen even if you've already hit them 4 times. So by shooting her there, you're just basically making sure that that doesn't happen. And then this one, on the first part of this fight, she will always shoot 3 in a row, so you don't have to worry about that. Just gonna get closer while I'm waiting. And you may be noticing that we're almost out of sticks. We have 4 left. That can only mean one thing, right? It means we're almost at the end of Adult 2. Child 3, which is what is coming after a little while, is pretty exciting. And by pretty exciting, I mean it's a lot of overworld movement and cleaning up stuff in the child section of the game. We're just going to get everything else that we didn't get as child before. But the rest of Adult 2 is still pretty interesting. We're going to be doing a lot more glitches. We're also going to be getting rid of our Farore's Wind on B soon. We've had it for like an hour. And it's been really nice, but it's starting to become inconvenient for us to have it as we've beaten all the dungeons that we're going to beat as in Adult 2. So now we just need to do the same rinse repeat cycle we've done so many times before. Get the heart container, do a movement setup to get close to the blue warp, and then we're going to hopefully hit this cutscene skip. This cutscene skip can be a little weird. This movement setup is not 100% consistent like the other ones are.
Yeah, this one involves shield scooting, which is where you let go of shield for 1 frame and try and move forward for that 1 frame. It's very annoying because it's very easy to accidentally move too much or not enough, or all the different ways you can fail it.
Yeah, but we got it first try, so not a big deal. We skipped every single cutscene, which is nice. That is exactly what I was hoping for. We don't like watching cutscenes. Watching cutscenes is slow. So there's still one more skull we need to get on Child's side. It's why we got the key in the statue room of Spirit Temple. You need to come over here, open the door, get the Skulltula. And then we're gonna Ferora's Wind out again. And now we're gonna get this heart piece. Normally you would need magic beans to get this heart piece, but with a hover slide, you do not need that.
You'll also notice we did skip the silver gauntlets entirely. We don't need them at all. Uh-oh.
It's okay.
We don't need them at all. All we need is the final upgrade, so we can just skip them and go get gold gauntlets and not have to worry about silver gauntlets whatsoever. So, no point in grabbing them.
If I don't get bombs here, I'm just gonna go inside Spirit Temple real quick and farm the Armos. I was supposed to get more bombs from those boxes in Child Side Spirit, but I didn't, and now I'm paying the price for it. But it's okay. It's not gonna take that long. These Armos have a pretty good rate of dropping bombs, so I'm not too worried.
Would this be a good time for a donation or two?
Yes, it would.
All right, we've got $50 from Quantly. Free Enterprise is always so fun to watch. Maybe I should actually play FF14 one of these days. You definitely should. But you should also watch the run coming up after Marbles later. We also got $10 from Punkaboo. I think I got enough O's in there. If I didn't, I apologize. $10 train to see that amazing Zeromus sprite. Let's do it, chat. Can we get a $10 train coming in for that incentive? I already see a couple $10 donations coming in from here. We got $10 from Anonymous, another $10 from Anonymous, and another $10 from Anonymous. Let's do it. If we can keep up this pace, we're gonna hit it. Also have $50.
You can keep going.
All right, we have $50. $50 from Max Boltzmann. Here's 100% of $50 for this 100% run. Thank you so much. And Adora Bibble donates $150. Thank you so much. No comment, but your donation is very much appreciated. Got another $10 from the librarian. Let's go. I'm seeing all the $10 donations come in. Another $10 from Pinky Mint. No comment, but thank you all so much. Let's keep those $10 donations coming in, chat. I believe in you.
$10 is all it takes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're just gonna keep farming Armos, hoping to get hopefully 2 bomb drops, but at least 1. And then we'll get that heart piece, and then we'll be able to move on from Desert Colossus. Luckily, these Armos have a 50% chance to drop bombs, which means that they're only gonna drop bombs maybe like 10% of the time, which is fine, I guess. Okay. Well, golly. It's fine. Yeah, you can go ahead and read more donations if you want.
Yes, of course.
I'm gonna have to keep trying this until I get it.
We've got $150 from Anonymous. This is less than 3. We got another $15 donation from Zoya. Less than 3. You know, if we could get a $5 less than 3 train going with the $10 train, I'm just saying, chat. I love reading these. It's such a fun phrase to say, less than 3. Got $25 from Anonymous. And $25 from Barbaricia.
Let this be a lesson, chat. Never, ever rely on luck bomb drops. They will always let you down. Hey, there we go. All I had to do was,
Hey!
all I had to do was say that it was going to not work, and then it worked. Okay. This time, I will make sure that it works. There we go. Okay, now we got the heart piece, we can move on. There's a couple Skulltulas we need to get in Desert Colossus first. Luckily, it is nighttime, so that means we can get them. There's one over here by the Oasis, and then there's another one on top of a, like, pillar in the sand. That Gwei freaking owned me right there. That was cool. So I'm gonna Hess over to the other Skulltula now. And this one's over here. This one can be kind of annoying to get if the levers get in your way. Looks like they were nice today. Which is really good because they usually aren't. And then here is the Nehru's Love cutscene, which means more time for donations.
Excellent. And just a reminder, everybody, I want everything to come in and go towards the Zeramis Sprite incentive. That needs to be met before the next run, so that's going to be after the any percent Ocarina of Time run, which we met earlier in this run. But, Chad, this is your opportunity to force the Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise Randomizer runners to fight the Flame Fatale's mascot in Final Fantasy XIV. I was about to say Final Fantasy XIV. In Final Fantasy IV. You got $5 from Ganymede Ghost with no comment, but thank you so, so much. And $25 more from Emmys. And $25 from Kyrell. Thank you so, so much.
All right, so now that we have gotten Nehru's Love, we've gotten the last of the spells. Now we're going to go through Wasteland to Gerudo Fortress. However, you may notice that you're not supposed to normally go through the Wasteland this way. Normally you would go the other way. It's not really that big of a deal to a speedrunner. Both of them are completely fine. As long as you know the path, it doesn't really matter which way you go through the Haunted Wasteland. Usually you would need Lens of Truth to follow a ghost through it the normal way. But even if I wanted to do that, I actually can't because I am going the wrong way. And there's also one Skulltula in this little place right here that I need to get. So I actually have to come through here, even if I wasn't going to Gerudo Fortress in the first place. I'm gonna jump down here, shoot this Skulltula real quick. And then I'm gonna climb back up here and I'm gonna do a little trick. This isn't really like necessary or anything, but I think it's pretty fun to do. For those of you who have trouble seeing the poles as adult, if you just walk down and go back up right there, all the poles become very visible even at nighttime. So that's just a little nice thing there if you ever had trouble doing that. And you ever needed to go through the wasteland backwards and didn't know how to do it.
All right, let me write this down. Okay, got it.
Yeah, there's your rando strat right there. Although it's, you know, you have to be able to pass the first part of going through the Poe part without a Poe backwards. So as long as you can do that, then honestly, you probably don't even need to see the poles, but whatever.
My hardest part is like the front wasteland, you know, where you have the poles everywhere. I could do the reverse and pole us all the same just fine. But the easy part, now that's where it gets hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do you know about being able to spin slash to have the poles show up?
I do know that one, yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to get this chest that has a heart piece here. I do need to get the Gerudo card as part of 100%, so I will have to free all the carpenters. I also only have 4 Deku sticks left, so I'm gonna have to really abuse ISG here to get the rest, or to get all these fights done. Kill this Skulltula real quick. Another nice thing about doing this at night is the guard's vision is severely reduced at night. So I can basically run around and do whatever I want.
Wait,
Like-
even inside?
Even inside. So like if I walked in front of her like this in the day, she probably would have caught me. But since I did it at night, she couldn't see me. And I'm just gonna kill her real quick. And then I'm gonna store a Gem Slash, and I'm gonna turn around and get ISG. And if I'm lucky, I should be able to pass this fight pretty quickly. And that's going to be a strat for pretty much every single Gerudo guard, is get ISG, run around her, hopefully she dies.
I've seen some less than 3s come in for Field 94, $5. This is less than 3, like the actual less than sign and the number 3. Then we got MJ Hay with another $5 that has less than 3, less than 3. The first less than 3 here being typed out entirely, and then the second less than 3 using the actual shorthand version of it.
That's cute.
And $15 from Char Bunny. I've always wanted to go on a train ride. Now I can go on 2. Let's see that special bonus sprite, less than 3.
So every time I enter a new area, my power crouch trap gets reset, so I'm gonna have to jump slash in every new area. But basically every single one of these fights are gonna be round about the same. We're just gonna run up to them, hope they try to block 5 times in a row. Hope they don't run away from me like that. This can be kind of annoying if you get unlucky. As you can see, will literally run anywhere. She'll actually run behind loading zones too, which is kind of cheating if you ask me.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Open the door, please.
Though, Claire, do you really have the right to complain with this run?
I always have the right to complain, I think. If you should ever know one thing about me, is that I love complaining. Dang. You can be fast enough here to like beat that guard out of the door. I was not fast enough because I forgot to do it, but it is possible. I'm also taking a very specific path through here, so I don't have to do like the actual guard puzzles. I can just go straight to the locked rooms. All right, so this is 3.
We have $25 from Ren here, a Flame Fatale for a fantasy finale. Count me in, less than 3. Again, all these donations, please put them towards the Zeramis Sprite incentive, where you can fight the lovely Flame Fatale's mascot at the end of the run. Just about $3,400 to go for that. I'm confident we can hit it.
All right, last guy up here. You can hookshot the vines to get up here quickly, and then the last guy's right through here. And then after this, we're gonna go to Gerudo Training Ground. But before that, I'm actually gonna break a stick to get ISG. I only want 2 sticks now. When I go adult, of course, or when I go child, again, I need to break all of my sticks so that way I can get Bottle on B again. Because, as you can imagine, I'm probably going to do BA again to do something else. Will you please come here? Yes, thank you. So yeah, here's the last guy, and then we're going to go to Gerudo Training Ground. There's only one thing in Gerudo Training Ground we need to get, which is the ice arrows. However, the ice arrows are in a huge locked puzzle room, and Gerudo Training Ground should take a long time. You have to go like all the way around, and you have to get a bunch of different keys to go through all the different locked doors to get to the ice arrows. But if you remember, we have one glitch that should allow us to get right past all of it. Maybe you remember what that might be. But you're about to see it. Usually Gerudo Training Ground should take probably like, at least like 5 minutes, maybe 6 or 7. I will probably have it done in about 30 seconds. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set Farore's Wind in here. This is going to allow me to leave the dungeon as soon as I get the ice arrows. And I'm going to go straight to the middle room, avoid this text trigger, and don't avoid the text trigger. That text trigger is a little weird. You have to like do really specific movement around it. And then I'm just going to do a weird shot here. And boom, we got the ice arrows. And that's all we need from Gerudo Training Ground. There's no Skulltulas, there's no nothing. Just the ice arrows. And then we'll just Farore's Wind out and leave. And that's it. I'm gonna set Farore's Wind here. This is gonna be the last place that I set Farore's Wind with Farore's Wind on B.
I'm gonna miss it.
I know, I'm gonna miss it too. I love Farore's Wind on B. Farore's Wind on me, my beloved. I'm gonna do a Hess over here. There's one Skulltula way out by the archery minigame. Stopped a little short there. You can shoot pretty far with the long shot, but not that far. And then I'm going to play Sun Song to make it day. And we're gonna get to see a long lost friend here. We're gonna get to see Epona after like over an hour. We need Epona for the archery minigame, but nothing else. And we're actually, normally you would need to do the archery minigame 2 times, once for the heart piece and once for the quiver. I'm actually gonna do it 3 times. As you can see, we still have that glitched quiver. That's gonna become very important in just a second, but not for the reason that you might think. So first thing we're gonna do is we're going to get the heart piece. This one requires me to get 1,000 on the targets. All right, got it. As you can see, this archery minigame can be very trivial. And now this time I need to get 1,500, which once again should be no problem. And normally, when you finish this minigame, she gives you the quiver. But since I have a glitched quiver, it doesn't really know which quiver to give me, so it's gonna act a little weird.
Oh, that's so cool.
All right, so since I have a glitched quiver, the game doesn't really know what to do, so it treats the Gerudo like a chest, and inside her butthole is a spooky mask.
Looks like you're just like giving her a massage. Now here, let me relax those shoulders for you. Get some of those knots out.
So technically, right now, she is still in the state of wanting to give me the quiver. I'm gonna let her do that. If you catch fish on B with Kajiro on C right, it gives you the 30 quiver in the 40 bomb bag, which means I now don't have a glitched quiver, which means I can get the 40 quiver. However, I did this in a very specific way to make it to where it only loaded her for 1 frame. So, since she was only loaded for 1 frame, the game actually didn't set the flag that I got this quiver, which means I can do the archery minigame again to get the 50 quiver.
Claire, you lost me. But I have not lost faith in chat. We just got $100 from Sorbius putting it towards that Final Fantasy IV free enterprise custom Zero Mist sprite. We just crossed $750. Let's keep up the momentum, chat.
The official name for that glitch is Ass Chest, by the way. That's the actual name on any, like, website that you would look it up on. So now I'm going to drop with empty bottle on C right and catch with that bottle. It doesn't really matter if I catch it in the bottle or in the B button bottle. It's going to put it in the same place. And now I'm going to play Prelude of Light. I have the Spirit and the Shadow Medallion right now, which means that the Light Arrows cutscene is going to play. And Light Arrow cutscene is very... For those of you random mains, Light Arrow cutscene is like 5 minutes long. It's super long. So now is a great time for donations.
All right. We've got $5 from Happy Bear. It says 4 minus 2 equals, you guessed it, less than 3. We've got $5 from Fen. Amazing event and amazing week. Good luck on the run, Claire. M-0 donates $15. I love Ocarina 100% runs, so glad to see it in the marathon. All right, we've got $25 from Less Than 3. Good luck to all the runners. Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Less Than 3.
Less Than 3, thank you all so much. I'm loving seeing all these Less Than 3 donations come in. And we've got $25 more from Pittman Linehouse 423. Super excited for Flame Fatales 2022. Looking forward to an awesome week. Get those donations in and help support the Malala Fund, Less Than 3. You're doing the work for me. You're just putting like the blurbs to read in here. Like, wonderful. Thank you so much. Making my job easy. I love you. We've got $25 from Jolly Anchor King. Leaves no comment, but thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to interject here because there is one thing I need to explain in this cutscene. And that is, before I went in the cutscene, you may remember I got Bottle on B. Bottle on B, when you age change, does a very specific thing. Maybe you remember what that is, maybe you don't. It happens in Child 2 and Adult 1. And one part of this cutscene, it puts you as Child in a cutscene that we actually haven't watched yet. But it's basically the one where Zelda's running away. When it does that, it does actually change your age to Child and then back to Adult. So when that happens and you have Bottle on B, something else happens. So just keep that in mind. If you know what it is, then I'm very proud of you for paying attention. Yeah, so here it is. I turned Child. This is actually turning Child. It is not just a cutscene. I mean, it is just a cutscene, but the game actually does turn you Child to do this cutscene. And then now, I'm going to turn back into Adult. That did something. What that did, you'll just have to wait and see if you don't know. And if you do know, you might be wondering what item it is. Because it is a different item than Furore's Wind. A lot of people will complain about spoilers in this cutscene. How is it spoilers if this is literally the cutscene? How is that spoilers? You're watching the actual cutscene. I never understood that one. I don't get it.
Zelda's going to give you the light arrows, and, nothing bad is going to happen at all, Claire. Zelda's going to be just fine.
Yeah, she'll be just fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried even for a second, honestly.
Do I have time for a few more?
You have time for like one more.
All right, just a quick one. $50 from Pete and $25 for Frith, both going to that Zeromus Sprite incentive, making the free Enterprise runners face the one and only Flame Fatales mascots at the end of the run.
Okay, so your time's up. I hope you figured out what happened in this cutscene, because this cutscene is very deliberately put here and for a very specific reason. We could have watched this cutscene at any point after beating Shadow and Spirit, but we did it now because when we went child and then adult the first time, we had 13 arrows, which was Brewer's Wind. This time, child still had Rudo's letter equipped on C right when he went back to child. 50 arrows points to Poacher's Saw. Having Poacher's Saw on B allows you to skip a lot of the adult trade quest. So yeah, if your guess was Bottle Adventure and Poacher's Saw on B, then congrats. I can't give you anything, but you should have the satisfaction of a job well done.
About how much time would you estimate that saves there?
It's hard to say.
Okay, well, we'll go with infinite time. All right.
Yep, infinite time. I would wager it probably saves at least like 3 or 4 minutes.
Pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Which is great for a speed run.
Oh, 100%. Like this run.
Yeah, like this is. This is a speed run.
Yeah, I don't know, Chad, if you realize this is definitely a speed run. I can confirm.
All right, so now we're getting double defense, even though we still don't have a strength upgrade. We actually are about to get a strength upgrade, because another thing we can do after we've watched Light Arrow cutscene is have the Rainbow Bridge appear. So that means we can actually go into Ganon's castle, and we will be going into Ganon's castle. You may be wondering, why are we going into Ganon's castle if we haven't gotten everything yet? Well, spoilers, we're not going to actually beat the game right now, but we are going to Ganon's castle because we need literally one thing in Ganon's castle. And that is our one strength upgrade we're getting in the whole run.
The most powerful strength upgrade, yeah.
Yeah, the only one we actually need. Gold gauntlets.
Really quick, we got $25 from Cece that says less than 3 with everything written out, including what I'm saying right now. Thank you for your donation. Yep, that was on there too. Thank you so much for your donation, Cece.
All right, so one Skulltula on the wall right here. And then we're going to go into Ganon's castle, and we're actually going to be doing pretty vanilla strats to get the gold gauntlets, if you can even believe it, after everything we've seen in this speedrun. Granted, we haven't beaten all the dungeons, but so getting into Ganon's castle is a little non-vanilla, but the actual strats are going to be very vanilla.
Nice little reprieve for Link, I guess, you know.
Nice little
so
reprieve
used to
for
doing
me. Honestly.
Don't
This run's
time for a
hard.
donation.
Yeah, you have time for like 1 or 2.
All right, we got $10 from Shala Kitty. As the sprite artist, I have to join in on the less than 3 donation train for the custom Zeromus sprites. The free enterprise devs have put in a lot of work behind the scenes on this showcase to support our runners, Asuka and Dijon, the events, and Malala Fund. Let's make this sprite happen and end the first day on a high note. Let's get it done, chat. We're almost to $1,000 on the incentive.
All right, so first thing we need to do in Shadow Trial is light this torch. Once we do that, we're gonna almost jump off because I wasn't really paying attention. We're going to use hover boots to get all the way across here. You can do it without hover boots, it's just harder. It's pretty easy to do with hover boots. And we're gonna step on the switch, then we're gonna long shot back, and we're gonna get gold gauntlets. And then this is all we need in Ganon's castle. We don't need to get rid of the barrier. We don't need to do all the trials. We don't need any of that. We just need gold gauntlets. You may be wondering, how are we gonna beat Ganondorf and Ganon without beating the trials? Well, not in the way you think.
Like most requirements in the game, they're just suggestions.
Everything in this game is a suggestion. That's it. All right, so now I'm actually going to do the trial skip. But
So
I'm not actually going to beat... Yeah, you can explain it. I'm not going to beat Ganon right now. I'm just doing trial skip.
Yeah. So for some reason, that entire wall of that pillar is just the loading zone. So you can just, there's a couple different ways you can get there, but if you hit the loading zone, you just skip the entire barrier. And then we do need to do that because getting into that area is actually the only place in Ganon's castle where you can use Furo's Wind so that we can warp back here to drop off the Poacher's Saw.
Yeah, now that we don't have Furo's Wind on B anymore, we can't just use it anywhere we want. So we have to go to places that we could actually use it. And that's the only place in Ganon's castle that you can. I could have gone to go beat the game right now, and if I wanted to, but we still have a little bit more to do. Maybe like, I don't know, 45 minutes worth of stuff to do. I'm gonna put away my hookshot here because sometimes this can be a little weird if you have hookshot out. Show this guy a poacher saw. This skips a lot of the adult trade quest. He will give us actual broken Goron sword in the normal slot that it goes in. And then
Shocked.
Yeah. It doesn't go on your B button if you can believe it. It's not normal.
Just
Not
not
very
used to
normal.
something being where it should be. You know?
I know. You can do a mega flip to get to this heart piece. You don't have to, but you can. I failed it. I'm gonna hookshot this ladder. Didn't target the wall, so we're just gonna climb the ladder. It's not a big deal.
While you're
It's
climbing
like-
that ladder, really quick, we got a donation from Andromeda 252 for $3.01. It simply says, greater than 3. Smiley face.
All right, chat room, we've done it. We are going to go back to Child. Finally. We're gonna save and quit here to get rid of Poacher Saw on B. And now, as we saw last time, when you save and quit with something not sword on the B button, it puts Deku Stick on B. That's not gonna work. This is why I brought 2 sticks instead of 1. Just gonna do Door of Time skip one more time. This still worked. Wow, I kind of can't believe that.
That was very close.
I think that we say, we take those.
Yeah, I don't
We
know
do
how that
take
worked,
those.
but I will take it, that's for sure. Okay, so I'm going to RB and milk here to get some more bombs. Drop. This is actually going to get rid of 5 bombs, but it doesn't really matter. 20 bombs is more than enough. I just need fish in the actual bottle slot because having that fish is important. So now I'm just going to get my equips ready for Adult 3. And here we go. We're going back to Child.
Important part here is that we just want the bottle on the B button. So when we come back adult a third time, we do BA again for a surprise item.
Right, yet another item. And I promise you will not guess this one. Unless you already know what it is, you will not guess what item I am going to have on B for Adult 3. It might shock you.
The answer may surprise you. Really quick, we got $10 from Anonymous. This is greater than 3. Wait, I mean less than 3. What I really mean is let's get that custom Zeramis sprite in. We are just about $1,000 in of the $4,000 goal. Let's go, chat.
You have time for a few donations.
All right, we've got $25 from Rocky12799. Less than 3. Good luck on your run, Claire, and let's get that Final Fantasy IV sprites done. I also have $25 more from Anonymous. Thank you so much. And we have $25 from Dr. Valentine with no comment. But again, thank you so much. All these donations are helping us reach that incentive, which we have until the start of the next run to reach.
Yeah, go ahead and do a couple more.
All right, we got $50 from Radamali, who says, or just leaves no comments, but thank you again so much. A $50 anonymous donation once more. Again, Your generosity is so much appreciated. Every cent counts for this incentive.
All right, so now we learned the Saria song. Saria song is actually a cutscene that you cannot skip and still get Saria song. It's one of the very few that is the case, but we still just need to watch that. Now we're going to the graveyard, and I believe it is nighttime. So I need to play Sun Song here. We need to talk to the child. Now we have Spooky Mask. We got it from the Gerudo Guard, if you remember. And we need to trade the Spooky's Mask for the money that we definitely paid for this mask to begin with. And now we only have one more step in the child trade quest, which is Bunny Hood. Before I leave here, though, I'm going to get bugs. I still need bugs for a couple more soft soil patches, but that's it. We won't be doing, well, that's not true. We will be doing some RBA as child. We won't be doing very much more RBA for the rest of the run, which is a good thing. RBA can be kind of stressful. Like I said earlier, you can really mess up your run if you RBA the wrong way. And I'm glad I didn't do that because I've done that a lot of times. But I was very careful. So now we're going to go to Happy Mask Shop. We're going to get the Bunny Hood. And we're going to immediately go out of Castletown after that to be able to trade the Bunny Hood. All of Child 3 is basically just cleaning up everything else we haven't done that we absolutely have to do as Child, and some things that are kind of convenient to do as Child. We're going to get the Bunny Hood, and then we're going to leave. And when we leave Castletown, it's going to be a little weird. The drawbridge is going to be up. We have gotten all 3 spiritual stones, which means that the cutscene for Ocarina of Time should play whenever we walk up to the castle gate. However, you normally would never be able to get into the castle before watching the cutscene. So the game acts a little weird there. The drawbridge is always shut until you start the cutscene. So if you leave that way, you just fall into the water. And now we have time for a couple more donations, if we got them.
Oh, we do. Thankfully, the train's still running in. We've got $5 from the Corpser. Claire, you're awesome. Love watching you run. Love ya. Nipa, less than 3.
Nipa.
We have $25 from Elzimoto with no comment, but thank you so much. And $25 more from Garrison. Again, all this is going towards that. Make sure to select it at least. The Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise Randomizer. Free Enterprise Randomizer. I can speak, I promise. I have spoken before. Again, you have until the run after next in order to get your donations in if you want to see everybody in that race fight off against the Flame Fatale's mascot at the end of the run with the custom Zeramis sprites.
Oh, hey, we've seen this cutscene before.
Have we?
Yeah, during Lighter cutscene. How weird. We saw a flashback to something that never happened.
Oh, and we got $25 more from Chuck Valiant, and we have crossed $1,000 into that incentive. Let's go. We're moving right along.
All right. So now we're going to go into the river, and we're going to get the Ocarina of Time 4 hours into the run. I love that. And a funny thing about the Ocarina of Time is the Ocarina of Time itself is actually a completely useless item. It serves no different purpose than the regular fairy ocarina. The only thing it gives you is the Song of Time, which is needed for the frogs. But the actual Ocarina of Time in and of itself is actually the most useless item in Ocarina of Time. So there's a fun fact for you.
I love it. We have a $50 donation from Char Bunny, who said, I heard the word bunny. Thank you so much. Also have $15 more from Anonymous that leaves no comment. But again, thank you so much. Keep the donations coming in, everybody. We can meet this. And $25 from Teffy42. Thank you so much.
Okay. Cutscenes are finally over. Almost. We're gonna sit on this white screen for a hot second first.
I thought your game crashed.
I was kind of worried it did, because I can't hear it, and I was like, please tell me the game didn't crash. That would have been so tragic. Okay, so now that I have the Ocarina of Time and Song of Time, I'm going to play Sun Song, and I'm going to equip my bunny hood. The bunny hood actually has a function that a lot of people may not know about, and that is that as long as you have bunny hood on, style children will not spawn at night, which is really nice for this Hess, because if you target these style children, they can really mess up your Hess. And also the ears flop, which is pretty cute. Maybe more important than the stall children.
I think also important, look at all that real-time physics simulation on these bunny ears in a Nintendo 64 game.
You're telling me.
Way ahead of its time, yeah.
All right, this heart piece, you can get it with iron boots, or if you have gold scale, you can just dive down to it. It's really convenient for us to get it here. Dang, I messed up the super swim. You can super swim off that Tektite if he's in a good position, which he was, but I messed it up. All right, the other reason why you'd want to do that grotto as child is because that guy is right there resting when you come out of the grotto, which is really nice. Next place we're gonna go is Gerudo Valley. We need to clear out all the child stuff in Gerudo Valley. Basically, all there is in Gerudo Valley as child is there's a soft soil skull, there's a couple of gold skulltulas. There's at least one child-only gold skulltula that's not in soft soil. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get this grotto. This grotto is more convenient to get as child because one, we have to come here anyways as child, and two, as adult, there's also a Megaton hammer block there, but as child there is not, because the game doesn't expect you to be able to use Megaton hammer as child, even though you can technically do that with equip swap. But since we don't have hammer, we actually kind of have to do it as child. So we're just gonna do another Hess here. And then we're trying to make it to Gerudo Valley before it turns day. This Skulltula right here is only there at night. The one on the waterfall right there. Luckily, I made it with plenty of time, so it should be pretty trivial to hit it. There we go. We're gonna get that Skulltula, and then we're gonna use this chicken right here to float down to the heart piece in the box. And then we're gonna recoil down to the bottom here. That might fail. Hopefully it doesn't. Didn't. And then we're gonna equip stuff that we're gonna need later, including the bugs which we need right now for this soft soil Skulltula. That's a hard one to say quickly.
Say that 10 times fast.
I can't even say it one time slowly.
Yeah, me neither.
So we just need to wait for this to dig, and then after this, we're gonna play Prelude. We're gonna go get Mask of Truth. Mask of Truth is required for 100%. It is the last part of the trade quest. Normally you would need Mask of Truth for a Deku Nut upgrade, but if you remember, we already got both Deku Nut upgrades, so this works out really well for routing that you can dupe that Deku Nut upgrade. If not, you would basically have to do all of the child trade quests in like Child 2. So it is very convenient that that trick works the way it does. Now we're gonna go to the Happy Mask Stop, and then from there, we're gonna be doing a bunch of mini games. Finally, everybody's
my favorite parts. Yes, absolutely.
Everybody's favorite, the market mini games. We had to do them at some point. Yeah, literally, Child 3 might as well just be the filler episode. Some speedrunners complain about Child 3 because they're like, oh, it's so slow after so much action in Adult 2, and then you have to go right back into the action in Adult 3. I'm like, man, I don't know. I kind of like the break. I don't mind watching cutscenes after literally doing frame-perfect nonsense for 3 hours.
Welcome to Ocarina of Time, everybody.
This pattern is set as child. If you did the adult archery version of this, the pattern's actually random, but since I don't have to do the adult archery one, we won't get to see it. Maybe you think that's interesting, maybe you don't. I don't know. I almost failed that minigame. I am so bad at this minigame. I'm very glad that I got it first try. I fail it a lot more than a speedrunner should. All right, here we only need one of the rewards. The other reward is the big bomb bag. We already have the biggest bomb bag, so if we got that reward, we would actually overwrite our biggest bomb bag. I'm sorry, Bomb Shoe, Bowling Alley, Lady. This is just the fastest way to keep cycling through the stuff until we get what we need. This minigame can be kind of random. There is pretty much strats for every single variation of it. The last one is set, always. So I'm gonna do a small setup here by getting hit by a chew. And I'm gonna go in this corner and I'm gonna let it go. This is just gonna let the chew basically run on the ceiling and keep it from hitting the cuckoos.
I bet everybody wished they knew that strategy when they tried this as a kid. With that big cuckoo in the back, just always sitting right in that little divot.
I definitely wish I knew that as a child. That is such a nice strat. Okay, so that is all of the daytime stuff. Now we need to do all the nighttime market stuff. First thing we need to do is get little Richard, bring him to his mama.
Shout outs to Richard. Really quick, we got $250 from Anonymous, and we've got another $250 from Bad Karma. Hashtag Spoon, shout out to 2 awesome people running this free enterprise. Y'all are awesome. And we've crossed $1,500 into that incentive for the custom Zeramis sprites, and I'm being informed that neither the runners or the commentators have any knowledge of what that looks like, so they're going to be super, super surprised. We're all going to be surprised. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I want to see the reactions to it. Please get your donations in, everybody.
So for those of you that don't know, in here, you can cheese this minigame by using Lens of Truth to see where the key is. This is basically the only actual Lens of Truth in the run. You could technically just YOLO this, but it's really not a good idea to do that. I think the chances of you getting them all right is extremely low. But
so
luckily,
1 in 32.
Yeah, something like that. That's probably right. So yeah, anyways, you only need to check one with the lens. If it has it, then you open that chest. If it doesn't have it, you open the other chest. You do all this stuff, and then you're stuck all the way in the corner. But I planned out well, I didn't plan out the route, but the route is planned out so that way when you open this chest, even though you're stuck all the way in here, you can just save and quit, and that is the next place we need to go. So I'm going to save and quit after getting the heart piece. And saving here is really nice because you're not allowed to save in like all of Adult 2, because if you save and quit or die with Furor's Wind on B, you lose Furor's Wind on B. So that entire time in Adult 2, you're kind of stuck basically one-shotting everything. And right there is like a really nice place to save because it's really close to the end of the run. And overall, it's just like, it's nice. Saving feels nice. I like saving. Over here, we're going to get the soft soil skull. We're also going to get bottle on B for a last time. First thing we're going to RBA is milk to get 29 bombs. Keep in mind, we don't have Poe anymore, so we can't RBA bomb shoes anymore. I don't
They
know
definitely
how
pushed you.
that worked like that, but okay. Well, while they're digging, I'm going to go ahead and do the setup again.
Yeah, unfortunate part about this setup is that the bugs can push you out of the position you need to be in, and it just ruins the whole thing.
So you're doing that one more time. We've got $500 from Classical Cats. Final Fantasy IV and 6 were my favorite games growing up. Can't wait to see the Final Fantasy IV randomizer speedrun. Let's see that customized Zeramis ride. With that donation, we are over halfway there. We can do this.
So now we're going to be clearing out all this stuff in Lost Woods. We get to do everyone's favorite part of the speedrun, the Ocarina minigame, as well as plenty of other stuff. We're going to RBA a couple more things, but nothing really major. We're basically like right at the end, so we don't need to RBA anything major. We're just going to make sure our bombs are full, and we're going to RBA one more thing that's basically just for safety. But it's still good to RBA it anyways. Right here you can do a mega flip to get over the bridge, if I can line it up correctly. There you go. Throw this bomb to get that guy. Sometimes you can get him from below, but it's kind of precise. This is our max Deku Stick upgrade that I was talking about earlier. Now we have gotten it from source, so it counts. We're gonna go up here, and we're going to get the soft soil skull up here. We're also going to RBA bombs one last time. Luckily, you can do both of those at the exact same time, so it doesn't really matter. Catch bugs here, and then we're going to equip Ocarina and fire arrows. You may be wondering, why in the world do you want to equip fire arrows as child? How could that possibly be useful? Well, it's not useful in the traditional sense. It basically works as a slingshot. It does not have any of like the magic properties of fire arrows. It just works like a slingshot. But RBAing it is useful. And I'll tell you what that does when I actually do it. First thing we're gonna do is play a Saria song here to get this heart piece. And now we get to do the Ocarina minigame. So much fun.
Everybody's favorites. I like rating the songs I get, you know. That's
Yeah.
like a 3 out of 10 songs. Usually they're all 1 out of 10 songs.
Well, unlike Randomizer, which only makes you do it once, the real game makes you do it 3 times. It's kind of annoying.
Yep, sure is.
Especially when you fail the song.
You know, I'll say that was my fault. I'll take the blame on that one.
You're just Ocarina game buffering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a bad pattern.
I'm trying to get a banger song here. I'm actually going to cheat. I usually cheat in the chat. Memorization skills are not something that I particularly want to be good at, so here's the first one. Here's the second one.
So that's where the green rupee usually is. All right.
Yeah, that is one of the places that a green rupee spawns.
Just seeing so much cat alert. Chat, did you see something by any chance, you know?
Oh, yeah, my cat showed up.
I love you, Pebble.
Good old Pebble.
Big shout outs to Pebble.
The
I just
mascot
love
of the speed run.
yeah, anytime like a cat comes on during any GDQ event, I just love how cat. Everybody in chat just cat. Show me your favorite cat emote, chat. I know y'all got a lot.
He knocked over my laundry bin, so that's cool. He's hungry, that's why. It's past his feeding time, and he knows it. Yeah, Pebble's gonna run the any percent category, don't worry. It's not gonna be me. All right,
Cat cam is just one of the greatest things.
we have one more song, finally. I'm gonna try my best not to mess it up because I'm so good at messing it up. I would really prefer to not.
You know, all this cat spam is making your strategy ineffective of typing it in chat, Claire.
I can still see it, don't worry. It's just very distracting to look at the chat. I see them going bonkers.
Thank you for the cats.
Okay, we did it.
All right, well
Let's
done,
go.
Claire.
And with
Hardest
only
part of the
one
run.
mistake. Yeah, literally hardest part of the run. I've had multiple PBs where I failed that part. So here you go. I'm using fire arrows. I'm just using it like a slingshot. Getting the biggest slingshot bag upgrade. And so when you RBA fire arrows, it gives you, well, the most important thing that for our purposes is it gives you the Fire Temple boss key. We won't necessarily need the Fire Temple boss key, but it's nice to have just in case. And since we're RBAing bombs anyways, we might as well do that. This Hess right here is kind of mandatory. You need to do it in order to skip the owl. The owl that talks to you when you go to see Saria is still there. Or Saria, I guess. Mispronounced it, my bad. Okay. So now we're going to equip this and this. We no longer need to do any more RBA in the whole run. Also, I hope that this guy spawns at the correct time. Nice.
Let's go.
I love doing that. It's so funny. You can kill Skulltulas by reflecting Deku Nuts. Little known fact. Rare fact, indeed, actually. I'm just going to do an Abby dive here, because why not?
Why not?
I don't think I need an Abby for anything, so... It's a little faster than diving. Okay, so now we're just going to collect the last stuff in Zora's River.
Do I have time for a few donations here?
Oh yeah, we're about to go see the frogs, so you're going to have plenty of time. Bye, Pebble. He's leaving.
Oh no, Pebble, goodbye. Yeah, we are trying to hit this Zeramis custom sprite incentive. I do want to remind everybody why we are here. We are all supporting Malala Fund, and Malala Fund is working for a world where every girl can learn and lead. With more than 130 million girls out of school today, Malala Fund partners with education advocates and activists who are breaking down barriers that hold girls back. So it's a wonderful, wonderful cause. Thank you so much for your donations, everybody. We've got $25 from our very own LLK. Custom Zeramis sprite? I need it! Give me the custom Zeramis sprite, please. Oh no, my caps lock is stuck. I guess, oh well, I can just backspace. Oh wait, my backspace vanished too. Well, anyway, please donate for the custom Zeramis sprite. Thanks, gang. Thank you so much, LLK. $25 from J-Mac the Librarian. Gotta show the free enterprise community some love. Thanks for embracing me and letting do cool things, like track a race on the GDQ stage. Shop till y'all drop. Asuka and Dijon, good luck, have fun. We have $10 from Hot Slag. Go Speed Racer, go. And $25 from Anaeka. Love the run, love the show. Keep the train rolling. I'm gonna get an update here. We are sitting at 2150 out of the 4,000 needed to reach that custom Zeramis Sprites free enterprise randomizer incentive, which we have until after the next run coming up after Ocarina of Time to get that finished. And it may feature, again, a certain lovable, wonderful mascot representing Flame Fatales.
All right, and there's all the frog songs. This next heart piece, we can... Normally you're supposed to like do a bunch of movement with the Cucco to get it. You can just throw the boomerang in a precise way and bring it down to you. Really nice. And now we need to go get one of our last actual items that we have yet to get in the run, which is magic beans. Magic beans are probably useful. Although I can't think of a use for them. We've been doing a lot of skipping magic beans, we might as well get one. And here I'm going to do a variation of a ground jump, basically. I need to get Choose out, actually. Let that blow up. So I'm going to blow up those rocks, and then I'm going to get a ground jump and ISG with the same bomb. That is so the owl doesn't talk to me. Then I bonk into this tree, kill the Skulltula. And now that I got that Skulltula, I can cancel my ground jump, and then we're going to play Requiem. This is the very last thing we need to get as Child. One more soft skull.
Oh, it's almost done. It's almost done. And
yep.
While Claire's getting that, really quick, we got $10 from Ezekiel. I didn't expect an Ocarina of Time catch percent run. Thank you so much. We got $13 from 9 binary code, giving it for the catastrophe that just happened. It was perfect. Very amusing. Oh, thank you so much. You know, most people groan at puns. I, for one, cannot get enough of them. I love reading them all the time.
All right, so there I equipped Broken Sword as Child. It has no normal use as Child, but as I said, we're about to go Adult. While we're waiting for the bugs to dig, I'm gonna play Sun Song because I would like it to be nighttime when I go Adult. You guys can guess as to what Broken Sword might point to for a bottle adventure, but I can almost guarantee you are not going to know. So now we're done with everything we need to do as Child. That's it. We only have a couple more things to do as Adult, and then the game is over. First thing we need to do is get the Big Goron Sword. We still have not done that. Believe it or not, Big Goron Sword is not really particularly useful to actually use in the speedrun, but we still have to get it, so I'm gonna do that now. Or as soon as I go Adult, I guess. One last Door of Time skip. We do have the Song of Time, but it's just faster to skip the Door of Time one more time. All right, I hope you guys guessed item number... Well, we'll have to wait to see. So that's what I got on my B button. As you can see, it is not a normal item.
Ah, I think I saw it from a Pokemon game ages ago.
Yeah, it is. It does look very similar to that. So this is item number 253. This item acts like many glitched items do, in that it acts like eye drops. So, I now have Broken Sword and eye drops. When I go to visit the Big Goron, I'm going to show him the Broken Sword, and then I'm going to show him the eye drops, and he's going to give me the claim check. Get one last heart piece. We have 19 hearts. That means we are golden as far as that goes. I can't tell where I am. I'm gonna hookshot this wall just to get over here a little faster. Unequip my hover boots. when we go to wake up the big Goron sword, first thing, like I said, is going to show him the broken sword. That'll give us the prescription. He's going to say that, oh yeah, that's my work. I can fix it for you, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Gives us this prescription. Once you have the prescription, you can show him eye drops and it will count for the trade quest being completed. And since that item acts like eye drops, it's good enough. So now we have the claim check, and now we just have to wait 3 days to get the big Goron sword. And the fastest way to wait for big Goron sword is to literally play Sun Song 5 times in a row. If you want to say a couple donations, this is probably a good time to do it.
One moment, please.
Okay. This is also why I played Sun Song as child while I was waiting for the bugs to dig, just to save a Sun Song as adult. Because he'll always give it to you on the morning of the... after 3 days have passed. All right, it's 2 more. Wait, how many was that? That was 3, right? Now I think it's 2 more.
We had $50 more from Cubs Rule 21. Leaves no comment, but again, thank you so much, getting us ever closer to getting that custom Zeramis sprites and Final Fantasy IV free enterprise coming up shortly. We got $5 from Anonymous, $10 from Shan. That leaves no comment, but again, thank you so much. And at $25 from Brittany Hitch. Thank you so much for your donations.
All right, we got Big Goron Sword. Now we only have 1 more thing to do. Well, we technically have like 2 more things to do, but still, 1 more thing to do. We have to beat the Fire Temple. We still have not beaten the Fire Temple, and we waited this long to beat the Fire Temple for one very specific reason that will come up at the very end. So we're just gonna Mega Flip down here to get to Fire Temple quicker. And since we have so many hearts, I don't really care about taking damage. We're just gonna recoil down towards the loading zone. And now that we're in Fire Temple, we're back into basically like Adult 2 mode, where everything's moving quickly. So first thing we're gonna do is we're going to go up to this door, we're going to pull Boomerang. We're gonna show Claim Check, and we're gonna open the door. This allows us to skip the cutscene with Darunia talking to us. As long as we don't look at him, he won't load and the cutscene won't start. So I'm doing some very specific movement to make sure that does not happen. You also don't have to talk to the Gorons to free them. They will leave of their own free will. You don't have to save them at all. So I'm just gonna leave him be. He will leave on his own.
He's just shy, you know? Doesn't want to be seen walking around.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to show me it unless I talk to him. There's so much lag in this first room, it's kind of unreal. It's very weird. There are very few places on the Wii Virtual Console that have a ton of lag. That room just happens to be one of them. So we're going to be getting a lot of, well, at least like 3 keys in Fire Temple. First one was in that first room. Then I'm getting a key here. When I leave this room, normally I would place, you would play Song of Time to get to the room that's directly above this that has a Skulltula. Playing a Song of Time is slow, even though we do have it, and you can just jump up to it like this. It's a little tricky, but it shouldn't be too hard. There we go.
First try.
In this room, I don't really need to like move or anything. I just need that Skulltula, so I'm just gonna shoot it from all the way across the room. Oh, sick, the hookshot did the thing. Okay. I love this room. I love all the tile rooms, or the floor tile rooms. They're so much fun. Definitely not annoying. All right, now I'm gonna cross to the other side of the big room in Fire Temple. Going to get another key. This one I just need to bomb the wall, and then I can climb as it's blowing up. Save a little bit of time. Open the door, there's a key in here. And in this next room, I need to push a block off of a ledge to make it go into a fire pillar to take me to the next floor. I can just hookshot to the top of this here. And then I'm gonna see up here just so that way I don't target the keys and I can side hop off. I'm gonna push this block down and then I'll ride it up. Neat little thing you can do here. The magic from a spin slash stays in place no matter when you do it. So if you're moving while you do it, you'll just move away from it, which I think is kind of neat. This room, there's a clip you can do to do a small sequence break in Fire Temple. Basically keeps you from having to do the first part of the boulder maze. That's done like that. From here we can climb up through to the other side, and you'll see that we actually climb through a bombable floor. This floor just doesn't have collision on the bottom, so it doesn't really matter. We're gonna enter this door, and then we're gonna go back through the door. All right, so now we can get the Skulltula down here. Now that we have Forest Wind set up top, we don't have to worry about that being a problem. You can do a Hess there to save a little bit of time. Definitely not necessary. Boulders can be a little mean otherwise, but you know, whatever. You take what you can get. As you can see, they are kind of annoying, but it's no big deal. We had to do all this for Skulltula and one last key. We're gonna set Furor's Wind again here. And this time we're going to go up to the top of Fire Temple, but not where the hammer is. We're going to get the other Skulltulas that are in Fire Temple that are obtainable through Scarecrow Song. You can get up here without Scarecrow Song, but it is faster to do it with Scarecrow Song if you already have it. So I'm gonna do that here. Now we're just waiting. Up here, there's two Skulltulas we need to get. Down right there, and then there's one more in the next room.
How many are we at this point in the run?
Skulltulas?
Mm-hmm. Exactly at this second. Do you know? Pop quiz.
Let me think about that for a second.
That was Skulltula 100.
That was not Skulltula 100.
Was it not?
No.
That's Skulltula 99. I think.
Yeah, we're at 99 right now. There's one more.
All right, very good, very good.
Which I'm about to get now. I save and quit here. This is just to fix my cutscene pointer. which is something that you don't really need to know about, other than that if I didn't do that, it's possible that the game would crash when I tried to do the wrong warp I'm going to do at the end of Fire Temple. You know, I'm sure that's not really a surprise, but I'm going to do a wrong warp at the end of Fire Temple. You can clip through those blocks there by doing a precise setup. Here I just have to kill all the enemies in this room. Pebble's back. Maybe he'll come join us for the finale.
Come on, Pebble. Let's go. We love our animals here in GDQ. And, you know, I've been seeing a lot of Faith Pop in chat. It's like, that's got to be one of my favorite emotes. It's just so dang adorable. And you know you want to see that turned into a Final Fantasy final boss. Just saying. Be sure to get your donations in for that free Enterprise race incentive to get that custom Zeramis sprite in. We're just over $1,700 away from meeting that. So close.
All right, so now there's only a couple more things we have to do. We have to get the hammer, and then we have to beat Volvagia, and then we're done. All we have to do is beat the final boss. The last requirement of 100% is you have to beat Ganon. Believe it or not, there are ways you can beat the game without beating Ganon, but that is not allowed in this category.
Could it potentially be allowed in a future category that may be or may not be happening after this run is completed?
Potentially, but I'm not at liberty to say.
All right. You'll have to stay tuned.
All right, so there's a little trick you can do to get through that firewall. If you have invincibility when you backflip through it, then you can just go right through it. Here is Flare Dancer. Flare Dancer is the one reason why I don't equip Big Goron's sword at all. Flare Dancer is weak to Master Sword. So even if I equipped Big Goron's sword earlier, I would have to unequip it to do this fight quickly. Which means that, in general, equipping Big Goron's sword for like basically one fight is kind of not worth it. Because the only thing that it would really be worth is Volvagia. A little time saver you can do here is grab the ledge before the firewall goes away, and then you just climb while it's going up. Here I drop a bomb and then start climbing. The game won't stop you from climbing when you're already climbing and you do that. So it just makes it to where I don't have to like drop a bomb from the top like you're supposed to do casually. And here we go. Here is the hammer room.
Why would they call this the hammer room? Yeah.
I could not possibly tell you.
Yeah.
It's a true mystery.
It doesn't even look like a hammer. It's
That's
like
true,
a
it
giant
doesn't look like a
octagon.
hammer.
Yeah.
You can take it pretty safe on that thing. You don't really have to like roll or anything. You can if you want to go a little faster, but I don't really recommend it. Falling down is way worse of a time loss than anything you could save. And then from this room, you can actually go straight to the boss room. So if you do a Hess, you can clip out there, and then jump slash here, and I'm going to equip this, and save. This is why I got the Fire Temple boss key. If I mess up the wrong warp here, I would like to have an opportunity to redo it. But yeah, stored a hammer jump slash there. That's going to be useful for fighting Volvagia. You have to hit Volvagia with the hammer to kill her. That is just true. You can get Volvagia's health down to literally 0, but you cannot kill Volvagia without hitting it with the hammer.
Is it just me, Claire? Or with Ocarina of Time specifically, and maybe speedruns in general, every single cutscene lasts twice as long when you're on a good pace? It just feels like it lasts so dang long.
Yeah, I know. It literally feels like it lasts forever. What I was doing in that fight was there's actually two different Volvagias. There's one that flies around and then there's one that comes out of the holes, like sticks its head out. I was hitting the one that flies around, and then once I had done enough damage, I actually hit the one from the hole to kill it. Yeah, I don't know. When I'm on a good pace, my mind tends to like go blank. So I don't even think about things like how long the cutscenes are taking. All right, there's my 20th heart. And this cutscene skip is going to be more like the forest cutscene skip. I don't have Farore's Wind, so can't do it that way. I'm going to have to focus for this, though.
So here we go again. Claire is doing Ocarina items to take control while the blue orb tries to take her away. And during the time that the blue orb is loading, we are going to navigate up to the boss room entrance and enter that loading zone on the same frame that the blue orb tries to take us away. So we gotta be careful to buffer. No.
It's fine. That's why I saved right there.
Yeah.
So I just need to do the Volvagia fight again. If you want to read some donations, go for it.
Yes, absolutely. As before I read a couple of these, again, we're so close. We're gonna hit that Zeramis custom sprite incentive. I want to see them fight our very own lovely, adorable mascot, Faith. We got $25 from Corrosive Frost. Less than 3. Can we get another less than 3 train going? We have $10 from Charbunny. Had too much time or too much fun riding the first train, so here's to a second. Can we get $10 for the custom sprites? I know it's probably not a bunny, but no one has confirmed that it's not, so donating just in case. We have a $10 anonymous donation. Thank you so much. Cloud donates $25. Here's to a good cause. Hype! Another anonymous $25 donation with no comment. Again, thank you so much. Less than 3s. Let's see all of your less than 3s in the chat. I believe it.
Okay. Here we are again. Luckily, Volvagia is not a super long boss fight, so it's not that big of a deal.
See, I swear this cutscene is now twice as long as it was last time we saw this.
I'm no thoughts head empty right now.
Oh my gosh, so many less than 3s. All of you with those greater than 3s trying to, just be different. That's not what I said. That's not what I asked. The Volvagia fight, Claire, I just love how it showcases 2 of the items people just don't ever use when you're playing this game for the first time. Deku Nuts and Bomb Shoes together coming in to just destroy this boss.
Oh, I know. It literally so underutilized. And I understand why Bomb Shoes wouldn't really be utilized by casuals because, outside of speedruns, they don't have a lot of uses. Mm-hmm. But Deku Nuts are super useful for casual playthroughs. I honestly feel like if you're going to do a casual playthrough, you shouldn't use them because they make the fights too easy.
Yeah, I think like the exposure people get to them is like, you throw a nut, hit a Deku Bob or something, it stuns it, and it's like, oh, all right, that was cool, whatever. And you kind of lose interest before the real power is unleashed.
Alright, so here we go again. Basically just doing the same thing as last time, buffering up to the point where we can enter the loading zone at the same time that the blue orb tries to take us away. Easy. So this takes us to Ganon's castle after the Ganondorf fight. And what we want to do now, if we left, we would end up, if we would just walk out the door, we would end up at the top of the tower immediately after the Ganondorf fight and would have to do the tower climb sequence. So what we're going to do instead is, since we're already inside the tower, we can clip out of bounds and go to the loading zone at the bottom so that we can skip the entire tower climb sequence. So Claire is doing a series of very, very, very specific hovers to get a certain amount of height so that she can get on this door frame here, clip out of bounds, and then we're gonna side hop into an unloaded room below. And then we can just head out of here. Skip the whole tower climb sequence. This also has the added effect of it's going to skip a future cutscene, the tower collapse cutscene. Normally when you make it to the bottom of the tower, you have to watch a cutscene where the tower collapses in front of you. That cutscene actually shares a flag with a different trigger that we set earlier, and skipping the cutscene where Ganondorf starts, or skipping the cutscene of Ganondorf being dead at the top of the tower is going to not unset that flag, which is how it usually works. So we're gonna leave here, and then tower's already collapsed. So all we have left to do is fight Ganon, and we're done.
Yep, we have officially... Unless we get a VC crash on Ganon, which can happen. I know it's possible.
Please now.
I'd be okay with it if it happened, honestly. That's like such a rare thing.
Hypothetically, if that were to happen, would we be doing Volvagia a third time?
I mean, yeah. So one last trick here. This super slide is specifically so that way I keep the Master Sword in the fight. As long as I don't pull Master Sword out when he tries to hit it away, then I will keep it in the fight. Please do not invite that evil in. What time are we at, by the way?
Let's see. We are about 4 hours and 35 minutes in.
Dang, so like right, my prediction was basically right on. Just as many things went wrong as I thought were going to go wrong. That's great. Okay, so he knocked the sword out of my hands. I look back, and I still have the sword in my actual sheath, so we should be good to go. This phase of the fight is really fast with Master Sword. The game does not expect you to have it at this point. Did I not jump slash? Okay. I don't know, maybe I didn't.
Yeah. Master Sword is the only item that keeps its normal damage values against Ganon. Everything else gets reduced to 1 damage. So being able to keep Master Sword for the first phase of the fight definitely speeds it up.
And Ganon in general is pretty easy of a boss. Just roll through, roll back through, and then that should be the last. Well, one more. Okay. And then time is going to end when I do the last slash on Ganon, so that's coming up. All right, time. We did it.
GG's, Claire. That was incredible. Even with a couple hiccups here and there, like the amount of stuff you have to get right for this run to even work at all It's really impressive.
Yes, this run is so incredibly difficult. I'm guessing it was like a 4:38 or 4:39. That is great for a marathon, honestly. I'm totally okay.
4:37:27.
Even better, 4:37. 4:37 is a totally okay marathon time. I am completely fine with that. Yeah, some things went wrong. I could make every excuse about how my dog was sick, or the sun was in my eyes, or I was thinking about how I had to go fold the dishes later. But I mean, overall, this run was pretty good. I got every trick that was important, and yeah, I mean, it was still pretty fast. 4:37 is not a bad time.
You know, you could always blame Pebble, perhaps.
Yeah,
I
Pebble,
will
eat your
blame
inputs.
Pebble. He's going to be hearing about it. That's for sure. All right, cool. So, do you want me to do the any percent run now?
Yeah, we could go ahead and get set up for the any percent run. Claire could go right into it.
All
Again,
right.
Thank you all so much for your donations to make this run happen. But while this is going on, again, we have this upcoming any percent run and the run after to reach that $4,000 total to get that custom Zeramis sprite at the end of free enterprise. Please get your donations in. We are over $2,500, almost $2,600 to the 4,000. Just a little over $1,400 to go, chat.
All right, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
I think we are good. Yeah, go ahead, Claire. Give us a countdown when you are ready.
Sure. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so we just watched a really long Ocarina of Time speedrun where we saw basically every single trick you could think of, every trick in the book, every place that you could think of. We saw a lot of really cool stuff, cool wrong warps, cool RBA stuff. That run was 4 hours and 37 minutes. This run take off about 4 hours and 30 minutes, and that is about how long this run is going to be. This run is pretty much like the complete antithesis of 100% no SRM, which is why I think it's funny to do right after 100% SRM. So this run will be using the glitch stale reference manipulation, which was banned in the last run that I did. Stale reference manipulation, like I said, allows you to change things in memory based on a bunch of different factors. The one we'll be using in this run is Link's facing angle. We're going to use Link's facing angle to write the code that was our file name. I don't know if you saw the file name. It is kind of a weird file name. There's a bunch of random like Japanese characters and numbers and letters in it. That is really important for the code that we're going to basically, we're not going to write the code, but we're going to use it to change some code. So the intro is obviously basically the same. If you want to read like a couple donations, we can definitely do that. But after that, it'll basically just be explaining things for the rest of the run.
All right, sure. I'm going to read this one because I love it. We got $125 from less than the square root of 9. It says less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. There's so many layers to this donation. You can just unpack it so many different ways. Thank you so much. And we have one moment. $100 from Cupcakes. Less than 3. Good luck with the rest of Ocarina of Time and all week. Thank you so much.
Okay. So this run's going to start out kind of similar to the last run. I do need to get Sword and Shield, and I'm going to need to get 55 rupees instead of 40. I also need to get very specific rupees in a forest. I need to get basically every permanent rupee. That's going to set up the actor heap, which we'll get into a little bit later. Basically, all you need to know is the actor heap has to be set up in a very specific way, so that way we can put a rock in the right place of memory to edit that memory to what we want it to be. Beyond that, you don't need to know a lot. This trick can be very technical to understand, and I simply don't have enough time to explain all the ins and outs of it. But that's the basics of it. I'm going to have to get very specific rupees. I do need a sword and shield, and I'll need Deku Nuts. Those are the 3 things I'm gonna need. The first thing we need to do is get sword. Like I said, it's gonna look very similar to the run last time. At least at the start. Here's a sword. Now we're gonna collect a few more rupees. I'm going to try and get some rupees from random bushes. 55 rupees is more rupees than you can normally get from just non-luck rupees. So you need to get at least some rupees from luck places. And the places I'm going to check are those bushes right outside of this crawl space. It would be nice if I could get up to 28, but if I don't, it's totally fine. 23 also works. All right, so I got 23. That's totally fine. Need that rupee. I'm gonna get this rupee up here. And I'm gonna run over here. I'm gonna get this rupee behind, I think that's Mido's house. Get these 2 rupees here. And this will put me at 45. I'm gonna jump across the other skipping stones to get to 50. And then my last blue rupee is gonna be the one in the shop. And I saved that. That was so crazy. I don't even know how that still worked. But it doesn't matter.
We take those, let's go.
Yeah, we take those. Getting shield. Now I'm gonna get Deku Nuts. And now is going to be the start of the heat manipulation. I am probably not going to talk a lot. Katie, if you just want to explain like the general things that I'm doing here, you don't have to get super specific.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we have to modify the way things get loaded into the game's memory stack. So Claire earlier mentioned the actor heap. That's basically just the part of memory where the game stores everything that's an actor is loaded. Actors are anything that's not like collision. So like walls, like torches are actors, characters are actors, enemies are actors, Link is an actor, stuff like that. So we're going to load and unload a bunch of things repeatedly to put everything into the spot where it needs to be. And then now, if you remember from the 100% run, we talked about a glitch called Return A. We just got that off of the Baba there, the Deku Baba. So that has affected Claire's camera in a specific way so that it is stuck in this position and we can freely move to where we need to go. So we're going to the crawl space to change the camera and also activate another glitch called walking while talking. So if you read this sign immediately before the camera is returned to normal after leaving the crawl space, it interacts with the camera again and allows you to move during that like weird glitch state. So now Claire has picked up a rock at the same time that swinging the sword snapped the camera back to where it was. So currently she is holding a rock and is moving toward the load plane back toward the Deku tree. So doing some very specific movement to get over there so that when she goes through this loading zone, the rock is going to unload because it is far enough off screen that the game is going to unload it to save its memory. But she's still going to be in the state where she's holding something. So what this allows is the game loads and a spot in memory that is being pointed to by Link's angle at this point because she is still holding an item. So we're going to do a setup to get a specific angle, drop the item.
All right, time. That's it.
Hit the credits.
There you go. That is the Ocarina of Time any % speedrun.
Well, sure. Yeah. Nothing out of the ordinary here that I can see.
Yeah, so that right there is just a very small taste of everything that stale reference manipulation can do. At the current state, stale reference manipulation allows you to do total control arbitrary code execution, which, I mean, at that point you can basically do anything within the confines of the system. But yeah, that right there is the fastest way to beat Ocarina of Time. And I think it's pretty neat. I think it's, you know what the thing about this trick is too is, you know, you saw me doing like some off-screen movement. That movement is actually pretty easy to like learn. This is a trick that you could probably learn within like maybe 30 or 45 minutes. It's truly pretty easy. But yeah, that's basically all I had to show you. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate all the support. Thank you for supporting this great cause. If you would like to follow my things that I do speedruns, and I also do a ton of other stuff. I stream on Twitch, and I have a Twitter, and I have a YouTube. All of those are clairelynnd, spelled exactly like it says on stream. So please give me a follow. Please donate if you haven't already to this marathon. It's a great cause, like I said. Katie, do you have anything you would like to shout out?
Shout out Claire. She did an amazing job on her speed runs. Thanks to the marathon for hosting us. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the week.
Yeah, thank you so much once again.
And Claire, thank you so much for the wonderful run. This was a blast to watch from start to finish. Like, these 5 hours flew by so quickly. I wish we had more, unfortunately, but we... Well, everybody, we have a couple more donations here, but, you know, again, big shout outs to Claire. Go follow her. She's wonderful. And really quick, we've got $10 from Cece. $10, 10 minutes for Faith Train. Let's go. We got $10 more from Jared. $10 for 10 minutes of any percent. Let's go. I love everything so much. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get that incentive met. I'm leaving you here though. Let's see, at a little over $2,500 of the $4,000. We can get there. We still have one more run. We got a little bit of a break here that we're going to be going to. And unfortunately, this is going to be it for me from the evening. But fortunately, you're going to be left in the wonderful hands of Threech. It's going to be taking over hosting duties for me for the rest of the evening. Thank you all so much for listening to me, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of Flame Fatales today. Thank you all so much.
Welcome back, everyone, to Flame Fatales 2022. My name is Threech, and I will be your guide through the next few runs as we wrap up the very first night of our event. Coming up next, we are going to see Tetris Blast Fight Mode, any percent, run by Demarine. It's going to be good stuff, so make sure that you stick around. We have had such an amazing response so far to the call to raise funds for Malala Fund, and we are sitting at a total right now of $13,732. So make sure you keep showing your support for the charity and for our runners here who have been doing an amazing job so far. We've seen some real cozy runs, and we are going to continue to see some excellent showcases throughout the rest of the week. We've got a couple great incentives coming up here for you soon. We have just opened the boyfriend dungeon incentive for tomorrow to choose the character. We're going to choose the character name choice for that, and you could also choose the character's hair color. So in addition to that, you could choose the character's hairstyle. It's a whole salon, so make sure that you get out there and throw in those donations for your choice of the character's hair and the character's name. Just customize it all that you want. So looking forward, we are going to see the Tetris Blast run followed by Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise Randomizer. So make sure you stick around for tonight because we've still got some entertainment in store for you. We're going to throw it over here to prizes soon, but we'd like to first acknowledge and thank Brooke for a $10 donation that just says, hope everyone is doing well. So let's turn it over to the prize crew and see what they've got in store for us now.
Are we good? Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to, we're winding down on day one of Flame Fatales 2022. It's been an incredible day so far. I loved that Zelda run. I know that you did as well, but the night's not over. We still have some incredible runs coming up. And I just want to let you know, when you donate towards these prizes, you're going to want to put them towards that Final Fantasy Free Enterprise Z Sprite incentive. Make sure you assign it. And if you put in $25, you're going to be entered in to win all of the incredible prizes we have available today. So get those donations in. To start going along with our theme of Flame Fatales, we have a candle that's themed after Stardew Valley. It's from our friends at Retro Flame. I absolutely love the concept of having a video game themed candle in your home. $5 minimum donation. You can have the beautiful smells of Stardew Valley in your own home. And, I think I'll let this warm up by the campfire. Fantastic. We also have 2 Switch games given to us by Billy Phoenix. We have Stardew Valley and A Hat in Time, both for the Nintendo Switch 2 runs we saw earlier in the marathon. Both of these games are absolutely fantastic, and they can be yours for just a minimum donation of $5. Thank you again, Billy, for these incredible prizes. And we also have this absolutely adorable Animal Crossing bell by Cute Monster Props. You got a star on one side, the classic Animal Crossing leaf on the other. I think this is just so cute. Put it right by your computer. For all the Animal Crossing fans, again, $5 minimum donation. And we always have incredible pearlers donated to us during the marathons. And to start, we've got some Sleepy Chicken Pearlers. We have this set of 4, but they're not just pearlers. They're also magnets. So you can stick them on your fridge anywhere you want these cute sleepy chickens to be in your home. Donated to us and made by Kinda Nerdy Housewife. And I know we had a blast with Stardew Valley earlier this marathon. And this is just $10 minimum donation for the entire set. So thank you so much for those. Also $10, also relating to Stardew Valley, we have some jewelry donated to us by Bookworm. We've got earrings and a keychain relating to items from Stardew Valley. I think these are absolutely adorable. Love the colors on these. Again, $10 minimum donation. Thank you so much, Bookworm, for this adorable jewelry. So, I know we had a lot of amazing Stardew Valley prizes, and it makes sense because everything is adorable in that game. If you love the characters in Stardew Valley, we have all 12 romance options from the game. I can't even hold all of these myself. Some of them are upside down. They're falling off everywhere. It's okay. You can see the entire set at gamesdonequick.com. It's got Shane in there. I'm sure there's other characters. I just hear about that one the most with speedruns, I think. This entire set of 12 romanceable characters from Stardew Valley were given to us by Pearl Pop, $15 minimum donation for the entire set. And from one of our earlier runners of A Hat in Time, we have the Toilet of Doom Mini. I absolutely love this 3D printed Toilet of Doom. It's a mini boss in the A Hat in Time run we saw earlier. And, you know, this is so perfect for like a D&D campaign, any board games you want to play. That can just be your own figurine, especially for all Hat in Time lovers. $15 minimum donation donated to us by Eliza. Thank you so much for that. And I love to see the incredible talent and artwork of our prize donors, and these two prizes from A Hat in Time are no exception. First, gonna talk about Smuggling in Mafia Town, donated to us by Clairelynnd Design. First of all, just look at Hat Girl's expression here. And pose, it's absolutely perfect. It couldn't get any better. And I love that all of Clairelynnd Design's prizes are captioned like this. It's just so beautiful. $20 minimum donation for this painting. We have a second painting by another wonderful prize donor, Emmy Elliott PP. This is the Peaceful Badge, and it's got a ton of beautiful hats from Hat in Time. It's also this gorgeous sparkly overlay on the prize. I absolutely love, the difference in style from the shiny to the matte of these two paintings, both $20 minimum donation. Thank you both Emmy and Clairelynnd for those paintings. And lastly, we have some more jewelry from Stardew Valley. It is the Mermaid's Pendant, donated to us by Dave from Heroic Replicas, such a supporter of Games Done Quick and Frame Fatale's events. This is, what you give to your romanceable option to propose to them in Stardew Valley, and it comes with its own necklace. You can wear it on your own. You can give it to someone you have a lot of love for. $25 minimum donation. And if you donate $25, that covers everything we've talked about in this prize block. Don't forget to assign it to that Z Sprite for free enterprise. Trust me, not very many people have seen it. The runners and commentators have not even seen the Sprite. It is a brand new Sprite, drawn and produced by Scala Kitty, an amazing free enterprise community member and also a member of the Fatales community. You want to see it, donate towards it, be entered into these incredible prizes, and everything, of course, goes to Malala Fund, making the world a better place for girls around the world. But thank you so much, everyone. And don't forget, when you donate today, donate another time during the week. As long as it adds up to $150, you'll be entered into win our grand prize, Nintendo Switch OLED Edition, and our PS5. We have so many incredible prizes here, so many incredible runs. Thank you to everyone who has been supporting Flame Fatales along the way as we close out for the night. We have 2 more runs of our first day. It's going to be incredible. Stay tuned for more of the marathon.
Welcome back, Twitch chat, to Flame Fatales 2022. This is your host, Threech. I have received a very important note in the form of a donation from Phant in the amount of $100, who says, "You thought you had heard the last of Phant, but I am back. Go, get that Zeramus Sprite incentive met. Less than 3s for Threech. Let's go, chat. Phant has the right idea here, because what we want to do is see that Zeramus Sprite incentive met. We are trying to get our way over to $4,000 to make that happen. And right now, I'm seeing we're just under $3,000. We've got until the beginning of the Final Fantasy IV free enterprise run to make that happen. Chat, can you get your less than 3s in for me too? We've had some wonderful hosts and some just absolutely exceptional runners that have come about today for the end of the marathon, just for tonight until we wrap it up until tomorrow. Can you make that happen? We are trying to raise $4,000 to get that custom Zeramus Sprite. We need to do that before we start the Final Fantasy IV run. Let's make that happen for our runners. Taking a look at our total so far, We are just on the cusp. It is almost about to happen. We're going to hit another milestone. So chat, I believe in you. I know you can make this happen. You've done some incredible things before. And we have surpassed $14,000 on the first day of Flame Fatales 2022. Absolutely phenomenal work. Chat, everyone who's donating, thank you so much for your support. We're over $3,000 toward the Custom Zero Miss Sprite incentive too. Everyone out there is making this happen. We are so excited to bring you more entertainment, and we are already seeing it in the form of these incentives for the upcoming run. We're going to see Tetris Blast first. You've got through all of Tetris Blast to continue donating so that we can see the Custom Zero Miss Sprite. We've also got a bid war going on right now for Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise. The randomizer allows you to choose the harp song. Right now, the Intense harp song is in the lead with $473 to Chill's $150. It's just chilling out. If you want to see that chill bumped up to the top, you can donate there. But make sure, let's see that Custom Zero Miss Sprite incentive met. Part of what's contributing to that is a $10 donation from Potts, who just says less than 3. You'll love to see it. All right, chat, it sounds like we are getting good to go with seeing Tetris Blast run by Demarine. So whenever you're ready, take it away.